There we go. Now it works. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? What's going on? Want to jump on real quick, give you guys a quick little update as far as what we have going on this morning, what we're looking at, all that good stuff. So right now, I want to bring your attention over to ATXI at this point in time, guys. All right, so ATXI did just break above yesterday's resistance of 1550. And so what we're looking for at this point in time is a nice pullback to see the stock stay above that 1550 prior resistance is new support. Hold above this level, see buyers move back in and get that nice little bounce. We do have some room to $18.68, guys. So I want you guys keeping this one on high watch above this 1550. Again, if we do hold on up, I'm planning on taking a trade here for that next bounce, for that next push, at least back up to these highs of 1680. We ever get a break over 1680, room up to 1868. Now, one thing I also want to point out is if we do crack below yesterday's highs and we cannot hold this level on up as support, we could see this come back down towards that hiccup low, which is right around 1412, and that could provide us with a very nice dip buy opportunity, guys. All right, so that's what we're looking at here on ATXI at this point in time. It is the #1 stock to watch. We do have CNTB as a back burner, just because they had really good news, announcing positive top-line results. So we want to keep that one on watch to see if we get any action today. And then FNGR, right now at this point in time, we're looking for a break of this downtrend to get long back up towards around this prior high of 920, back up towards around this 940 level, and then $10 on FNGR. So we have two stocks right now that have potential opportunities and trades right around the corner. Again, FNGR for the break of the downtrend, and then ATXI for the break and retest of that 1550 level. Again, if we do crack below 1550, we could dump on down towards around this 1412, and that would provide us with a really nice dip buy opportunity here on ATXI, guys. Okay. One thing I also want to point out, all right, so the Discord that we opened on up, it is a temporary solution until we have our new platform designed and launched, and our mobile application as well. We made a slight shift as far as our approach in what we're doing. It's a better approach. It is a good shift in gear. And so Discord is temporary. So the Discord is going to be opened up. We are going to bring in other mentors and other leaders that are really experienced in other types of trading to help moderate, to help manage that Discord server. The intentions, it's going to be a free server to where we as a community could still provide value to the trading community, right? Not everybody can afford to sign up for a membership right away. Sometimes individuals just need that little bit of help and that little bit of push and a little bit of guidance in the market to see some success, to add a couple bucks to their account before they join the actual AlphaDayTrading team, guys. So this is going to be a free server that we just share some knowledge, we share some expertise, we share some value with the rest of the trading community, and the trading community knows that they have a place that they can go to get reliable, credible, transparent help, and they don't have to worry about the scams and the crud that happens in a lot of these other Discords, okay? So right now, don't get too attached to it. This is temporary until our platform is complete, and our platform is going to have a lot of the same features and functionality that a Discord server has, but it's going to be in-house with AlphaDayTrading. We have a lot of great plans that we've discussed, and it's going to still be 1,000 times better than Discord, but we will always have the Discord open for free individuals, for individuals to come in for free to, again, get that value, to get that help before they actually take that step in joining ADT Nation, guys. All right, the mics are open today for you guys to have some fun. That is something that will not be there, okay? So moving forward, it will be primarily a text-only Discord server where we share, again, that value and that advice and that help. But for now, enjoy it. Talk to one another. Have some fun, all right? But just keep in mind, if you ever see that go bye-bye, that is why, because those are not our intentions behind the Discord, unless you guys are just like, hey, this is where we want to be. This is what we want to do. We like it a lot better, yada, yada, yada. We'll cross that bridge when the time comes. I just want to go ahead and give you guys an update on the intentions. and all that good stuff with the Discord and everything that we have in the works right now for Alpha. All right, guys. So again, watching ATXI, we have a great trade right in front of us, and then FNGR as well. Both of these stocks on high watch. I'll be back here right at 9 o'clock to officially get you guys prepared for today's trading session to make it happen, to have an amazing day in the market. If you have any questions, do not hesitate. Let me know inside a chat. Be more than happy to get you guys taken care of. Help you guys out. I'll see you back here right around 9 a.m., guys. morning, ADT Nation. What's up and what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? How are y'all doing on this beautiful Money Tuesday? I'm very excited to be back. I'm very excited to see a lot of individuals back inside the chat today that we haven't seen in a while. Catherine's back. What's going on, Catherine? And Angela's back as well. And then everybody else, I love you guys as well. But I love Angela and I love Catherine. And they're back. And it's been such a long time. So welcome back. I'm excited to see everybody inside the chat today, ready to make it happen, ready to attack this beautiful Money Tuesday to lock in some big time profits. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be an awesome day. It's going to be a fun day. It's going to be an action-packed day in the market. I can feel big moves. I can feel big time profits from everybody inside of chat. So let's get dialed in. Let's get focused and let's make it happen. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning and that you guys are all set, ready to rock and roll for, again, an amazing day. So hit me with a big old good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, hit me with it. Let's go. Let's get fired up. Let's get hyped up. Woo! My goodness. Josh did something he shouldn't have done this morning. Too much energy. I'm joking. That is not family friendly. I should not even joke about that. Not at all. Not even funny. Haha. I chuckled on the inside. All right, guys, without further ado, let's talk about what we got going on for today's trading session. All right, so out of all of these stocks gapping up, gapping down, there are only a select few stocks that really look good. And those select few stocks are going to be, number one, ATXI, guys, right? So ATXI was looking pretty good as we broke over yesterday's highs of 1550, and we came down for a nice little 1550 retest, and we bounced back up to those 1680 highs. We are starting to crack below that 1550, and some would say, man, it doesn't really look all that good now, Josh, does it? It actually looks pretty decent at this point in time, and here's why, is we had this nice big rip on up, we stalled, we put in this hiccup candle, and then we broke over that resistance level and hit a new high of 1680. I do believe we could see a nice little dip buy opportunity off the lower shadow of this hiccup candle right around $14.12, right? So again, if we can stay above that $14.12 and have a dip buy, that dip buy can turn into a reversal, and that reversal could turn into a nice big higher low push to get us back above that 1550 up towards around these pre-market highs of $16.80. Okay, so I really want to watch ATXI above this 14.12, right? Now, this is just a prior day mover. It's a stock that's had a lot of action after that reverse stock split back on the 23rd of September. There's no fresh news today, but it's a stock that does move pretty consistently day over day over day. It was always given a lot back, but we finally broke the 200 SMA, and we finally start to explode as of yesterday. So I really like the stock. I think there's a lot of great potential here. I think we could really see some great action today with ATXI, but I really want to see if we can hold above that 14.12, right? Because if we cannot hold above that 14.12, I see potential for ATXI to come all the way back down towards around this $12.38 level, okay? So those are going to be your levels right now on ATXI, right? Ideally, we want to see it hold that 14.12. Okay? If we do crack 14.12, watch for the thing to come back down towards around the spiking high from the 30th, which again was last Friday. That's exactly where we could be coming down to, is that spiking high of 1238 before we actually see buyers move back in and see a possible little bounce. And then below 1238, back down towards around yesterday's lows of $11.30. Yesterday's low day was right there around 11.36. So those are going to be your three levels of support that could still keep the stock in play for today. Obviously, we really don't want to see it back down at 11.36, but it could dump on off today for the first 15-20 minutes all the way down to 11.36 and provide us with a really nice dip buy opportunity. There could still be good potential, guys. Okay, but ideally, holding above 14.12 looks great for an initial dip buy. That could actually follow through, eventually see buyers push this back above that 1550 resistance back up to 1680. And if we ever see this stock breaking $16.80 today, I do see a lot of great potential up towards around 1868. And that's going to be one of our top targets today here on ATXI, is going to be that 68, guys. Okay, if we do start cracking below 14.12, I see room down towards Friday's spiking high of 12.38. And if we crack below 12.38, I see potential for the stock to continue to fall down towards around yesterday's low of day, which is 11.36. But right now at this point in time, out of every other stock that's moving, this is the one stock that really stands out, the one stock that's predictable, the one stock that's moving, and the one stock that has a lot of good volume. And it's the lowest float stock as well. It's under 1 million in float. We know this stock could rip and run. Let's keep ATXI on high watch team. All right. And then number 2 will be FNGR. Now, yes, this stock does have potential to go on another big time move to the upside. I don't like trading stocks like this, but when I see the volume increasing day over day and the spread of the candle being nice and large and not seeing a large upper shadow yesterday, it was a strong close right into the end of the day and an immediate push into power hour, into post market, and the stock ripped up towards around 10 bucks. Look at that candle yesterday. Nice increase in volume compared to Friday. We literally opened and closed. There's no lower shadow. There's no upper shadow. That is a good sign of a continuation. And we saw just that last night in post market. A really nice continuation, and this stock exploded from around 650 all the way up to 1010. I do think there is another leg up today. I can definitely see that potential. Traders are literally FOMOing into the stock. They are chasing into the stock. And as long as we have volume, as long as we have attention towards FNGR, and there's traders willing to jump in at $8, $9, $10, $11, this stock could 110% go on another big time rip today. But keep in mind, the second it starts cracking key levels of support and the second it really starts dumping on off is when we could start to see our first red day and the things start to fade and fall in the coming days, guys. Okay, but as long as we look good and as long as we have this strength, which so far we look pretty decent, there's a lot of strength, we have great potential to the upside. Okay, so FNGR is going to be the number 2 stock that we want to watch today to see if we get that additional day and another day of continuation and a big time rip and run to the upside. We're looking for a break of this downtrend here on FNGR. A break of this downtrend is where volume will start to move back in. Buyers will start to jump back into this trade up towards around that post market high of 1010. Okay, so all we're doing is looking for a break of this downtrend and ideally a break over 875. Why 875? Well, 875 is just one of those really odd, random psychological levels of resistance that penny stocks like to honor. And when they actually break 875, they like to rip on up to $10 with ease. So we really want to see an 875 break, which also puts us right around the downtrend. So a break of the downtrend, a break over 875, we could see big time volume move in. A lot of buyers jump back into FNGR to push the stock back up towards around 1010. If we ever see FNGR breaking above 1010 today, we have great potential up towards around that spiking high of 1383. And if FNGR just absolutely goes bananas and it's breaking 1383, we could technically see the stock retest that all-time high at $17. Okay, now that's asking for a lot. You're asking for about a $9 rip and run today. Now, could that happen? I mean, it could. I mean, this stock in just the last 2 days has gone from $2 to $6.50, right? Hitting highs at 10.10 in literally 2.5 trading sessions. It's already gone from $2 to 10. Who's to say the stock doesn't get that break over 10 today, rip up to 1383, and then rip up to 17? It could definitely happen. And if so, we want to put ourselves in a position to at least leave some kind of a runner on the table if we're in this trade. All right, guys, there's a lot of great potential. There's a lot of hype around the stock. There's a lot of volume. And again, FNGR and ATXI are really the only 2 stocks that stand out to me at this point in time. And that's where I believe 80 to 90% of the focus and 80 to 90% of the traders are at this point in time are going to be on those 2 stocks. Okay, so once again, we want to see FNGR breaking this downtrend, breaking 875 as well. Then we could see our next leg up to $10. We get a break over $10. We can see our next leg up to 1383 resistance. That's the spiking high from March 29th. And then breaking over 1383, obviously we need to clear $15, right? $15 is a natural level of resistance. but over 15 bucks, we have a big window and a big, again, just a big window of room to run up towards around that $17 spiking high, guys. Okay. Where is support right now at this point in time here on FNGR? Well, I see support on FNGR back down towards around 6, but we could also see it hold above 682. Now, why 682? What was the pullback there on post market before that big rip and run? So we could definitely see this come down towards around 682 and bounce. But if we do crack below 682, I would say back down towards around yesterday's resistance and the breakout point, which was right at $6. So a very, very strong level of support here is going to be back down at $6. But we do have light support at 682, and 682 could definitely hold this stock on up if we do indeed start to come down a little bit lower. But ideally, want to see the downtrend break, 875 break, take it long up to 10, see the break and hold over 10, and then we're just playing it up to 13.83, maybe 15 bucks, and then possibly $17 today here on FNGR. So those are going to be the top 2 stocks for today, guys. It's a very simple day. It's a very easy day. Not a lot of stocks moving, not a lot of distractions. Again, number 1, ATXI is going to be the top stock we're watching right at the start of the day. And then FNGR, our second top stock that we'll be watching right at the start of the day. CNTB, back burner. The only reason I want to watch this is because the stock had pretty good news, and I want to see if CNTB can get some action towards it today. They met their primary and key secondary endpoints, right? So what do we know about keywords, right? There are things called hot keywords to look for in press releases, right? Meeting primary endpoints is one of the best keywords that you can find in a press release. It's typically that keyword that gets the stock ripping and running. So when we look at CNTB, we can see here that they're saying that they met all primary and key secondary endpoints. That is a hot keyword to look for in a press release. I'm actually surprised that this stock is not ripping and running right now, but the way I look at CNTB is this could be a nice low float back burner sleeper play that got that quick spike on up. It starts to pull back. Traders see ATXI ripping. They just migrate over to ATXI. They see FNGR moving. They kind of switch and shift over to FNGR. But CNTB still has a lot of great potential. That press release is really nice here on CNTB, and we typically see those types of stocks with those types of press releases really get some action. So I'm going to watch it above 140 today. All right, if we can hold above 138 to 140, maybe we see some buyers move back in. Maybe we start to see some volume return here on CNTB and get a nice little spike back up towards around 174. That's your pre-market high, and then potentially up towards around that prior high of 207. So right now, it is a back burner sleeper play at this point in time here on CNTB. Just going to keep it on watch above 140 and just see if any buyers and any volume starts to return at any point in time today, guys. So again, like I said, it's a very simple, very easy day. FNGR and ATXI are going to be the top 2 stocks that we're watching right at the start of the day, followed by CNTB as our back burner sleeper play pick of the day. Now, I'm sure you guys are wondering, where is the SPY and where is the Qs going for today? Right now, at this point in time, it's kind of looking like the SPY wants to crack this trend line, right? So if you go back to yesterday, we have a nice trend line from yesterday's pullback low, connects here in after hours, connects again, connects in pre-market, connects again in pre-market. We could see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 touches of this trend line. This is an extremely validated uptrend. As long as we hold this trend line, we're considered bullish. We can see buyers move back in, push this stock up towards around that pre-market high of 373.55. If we ever see the SPY breaking and holding above that pre-market high, we have great potential today to that 20 EMA. And that 20 EMA is at 379. So we have great potential, guys. Above the trend line, we're bullish. We could see a nice bounce here, a nice break over 373.55, and see the SPY today up towards around 379, which is your next major level of resistance. But let's say the SPY starts cracking on down, which it kind of looks like it wants to. A little bit of this left shoulder, a little bit of this head, a little bit of this right shoulder. It's definitely looking like it has potential to start cracking this trend line and start dumping on off, right? The second we crack the trend line, longs stop out, right? Shorts enter, and we start to really dump on off. So if we ever do crack this trend line, we want to play puts. We want to play the SPY short and just look left at prior highs and prior lows, prior levels of resistance, prior levels of support, prior levels of resistance, prior levels of support. And these are going to be areas that we could see the market come down to before it bounces, and then maybe drops again and bounces, and then drops again before it bounces. Those are going to be your targets. Again, just look left. This was in a very nice uptrend yesterday. You have a lot of nice higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. So if you do get short on the SPY, and we do start cracking this trend line, you're wondering, where do I scale out? Where do I lock in profits? Simply look left. 371. Okay. Maybe back down towards around those highs from yesterday. 368.42. What about that pullback low? 366. Right? What about that spiking high here? A lot of that resistance. 365. Those are going to be levels of support where you're looking to cover some of your position if we do get short for the crack of this trend line, guys. But like I said, as long as we hold above this trend line, we look strong. We are bullish. We can see a big time move on up, break over those pre-market highs, and eventually, by the end of the day, see the SPY up towards around that 379. That's its 20 EMA, guys. All right, so sit back, relax, and just wait. Right, we crack the trend line. We're playing puts today. We hold the trend line and break pre-market highs. We're playing calls to 379. Right now, we just have to sit back, relax, and wait for the best trade to present itself. But that's what we have here for the SPY today. And one thing I do want to point out as we're discussing the SPY and the Qs is we have some key economic data being released right at 10 o'clock that could really move the markets. That could cause the market to break and rip today. That could cause the markets to crack these trend lines and dump on off. What do we have going on at 10 a.m.? We have our JOLTS job openings for August, right? This is of high importance. We're forecasting 11.1 million. Right, so at 10 a.m., JOLTS job openings data for August of high importance. That data could really move the market. So we may not see a whole lot the first 30 minutes of the day, but at 10 o'clock, we could start to see what we need to see to get confirmation, whether that's a crack of the trend line and we play puts on down, or whether that's a break over these pre-market highs for the market to rip on up towards around that 20 EMA. Same thing applies to the Qs, guys. The Qs, same thing. Really nice uptrend. As long as we're above this trend line, we're bullish. We could see the markets and we could see the Qs breaking that pre-market high, which is right around 280. If that happens with the Qs, where can the Qs go? 20 EMA. Where's the 20 EMA? 285. We could see about a 5-point spike and a 5-point move to the upside today. But let's say JOLTS job openings data is not so great. The market doesn't like it, and that causes the Qs to crack this trend line and start dropping on off. Where could we see the Qs come down to? Where should we be looking to cover some of that short position if we do indeed get short today? Right around 277.84. That prior high here from last night, 276.46. The high from yesterday, 275. And then all the way back down to that 200-week SMA at 272.98. All right, guys? So again, you know exactly what to expect. We know if we break pre-market highs on the SPY and the Qs, we have room to that 20 EMA. That's about 5 points on the Qs, about 6 points on the SPY. We know if we fail to break these pre-market highs and we eventually crack this uptrend, we know we want to play this short down to these lower levels from yesterday's trading session, guys. It's a very simple day. It's a very easy day, right? Looking at ATXI, simple, easy. FNGR, simple and easy. There's not a lot of stocks ripping and running. It's very easy. It's very simple. I've said it again. I'll say it again. Simple, easy, right? It's not a crazy action-packed day. There's not 100 stocks moving. It's not difficult to identify what stock has the best potential. There's really only 2 penny stocks, 2 small cap, low float stocks that look the best. FNGR, ATXI. Looking at the SPY and the Qs, very simple day, guys. Very simple. Really depends on what happens at these trend lines. The trend lines crack, We play it short, right? Pre-market highs break and hold. We play it long to the 20 EMA. Such an easy, simple day. Keep it that simple, right? Really keep it that easy. And I'm sure you guys are like, dude, how many times are you going to say simple and easy? I think I got one more time in me, all right? But it's going to be a very laid back day. You just have to be patient, all right? That's it. Be patient with the capital PAY and wait for your trade. Wait for the confirmation. Build your plans, right? Get prepared, and let's make it happen, guys. We have 10 minutes. That's what we have for the day. Such a very quick overview, such a very quick yet efficient morning preparation session to, again, get you guys prepared for today's trading session, what I see, what I like, and how I'm looking to attack the markets today. So if there's any stocks you want me to take a look at, now's the time. If there's anything you want to add, now is the opportunity. We have about 9 minutes until the market opens on up. 10 a.m., we have significant news, right? Significant economic data. So at 10 o'clock, we have JOLTS job openings, right? So here we have our economic calendar, and we're here on today. So today's economic calendar, we can see here that we have some Feds speaking at 9, Fed Logan speech, Fed Williams, Fed Mester, but here, of high importance, JOLTS job openings for August. When we see anything of high importance, CPI data, PPI data, jobless claims, Powell speaking, that's of high importance. That's data that could really move the market. So at 10 o'clock, we do have some economic data being released, JOLTS job openings for August. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Kramer also said yesterday's balance isn't to be trusted, so the bottom's in. I would think so. Absolutely. Kyle, thoughts on AERC? Let's go take a look at AERC. All right, so AERC was a stock that was on watch this morning until it cracked 419 support. So it was a stock that we posted up inside of levels here on AERC. Light support at 419, we have potential to bounce and then a break of this downtrend for that leg back up to $5. Well, we just cracked below 419 support. And look what AERC just did. Not only did it come back up and hit this downtrend as resistance, it also retested 419 support as 419 resistance. So right now, it's below 2 key levels of resistance. It's considered bearish. Right? It's also below its 50 SMA on the daily chart. It's considered bearish. So right now, I would not be looking to play AERC to the long side until it's above that 419 level. If we can break that downtrend, if we can get back above 419 resistance as support, that's also going to be back above that 50 SMA, then we're bullish. Then we can see the stock rip up towards around 430, 469, and then $5. But as long as it's below this downtrend and below 420 resistance, it is considered bearish. It looks weak. I definitely would not be looking to trade this to the long side. That's on AERC. So just watch it and see if we ever get back above 420. If so, that's when we have great potential. Once again, to 450, 469, and then $5. How do you find levels fast, quickly after open when something pops up on the scanner? It just comes with experience. I go look at the daily chart and I start marking up the levels that stand out to me. And if I see a level that's being respected, I can base a trade off that level intraday that quickly. So it just comes from experience, right? Identifying key levels of support and resistance, right? Spiking highs, spiking lows, right? Multiple touches, natural psychological levels, right? Gaps. Those are those areas that I can quickly identify on the higher time frame on the daily chart, even when the market opens. We see a stock ripping on up, boom, support, resistance, resistance, resistance. I'm going through and identifying all of these levels very quickly, very efficiently. And if those line up with any intraday price action or intraday movement, then I can base a trade off that level. So it really just comes from experience, being able to look at a daily chart, look at a higher time frame chart, and be able to see these levels clear as day and feel convicted and feel confident that these are the best of the best levels. Question about engulfing candles. Can you look at ABBV? ABBV. Absolutely. And tell me what, if anything, those last two candles mean. So we have a massive dump. Then we have this little gap up and a small green day. Okay. So if this were the opposite way, it would be an engulfing candle. So we don't really have it engulfing. So we want to see it linear, I guess, day over day. So for example, if we were to see, right, a nice little green day, and then the next day we were to, like, say, gap up and then dump like this, like here's Monday's candle, here's Tuesday's candle, this would be a massive engulfing candle, right? That's a bearish engulfing candle. And then on the flip side, let's say we have a small little red day, and then the next day the stock gaps down and just rips. That's a bullish engulfing candle. But what we see here is we have the massive red day and then a small green day. So what kind of formation does that look like? What kind of formation does that look like that we love so much? It's actually the opposite, right? What do we have when we have a nice big green day and a small little red day that typically leads to a nice big breakout? That is a mid-candle breakout to the long side. This is a mid-candle breakout to the short side, right? Big red day, small green day. We could definitely see that next big green day come on down, right? Mid-candle breakouts don't only work to the upside, but they also work to the short side as well. So again, with mid-candles, you get a big green day, small red day, breakout, right? To the flip side, right? Big red day, small green day, maybe our next big red day for the inverted mid-candle breakout. We'll call it the negative MCB. That's it. The NMBC. That's a lot. NMBC, the negative mid-candle breakout. The OMCB, the opposite mid-candle breakout. The SMBC, the short mid-candle breakout. But that's what we're seeing there. Now, if these two candles were flipped, let's say this green candle was here, and then we have that big red candle, that would be a massive bearish engulfing candle there on ABBV. Yeah, right here, there was a bearish engulfing candle, right? You have 1, 2 nice green days to the upside, a gap up, and then that one candle eats up the prior 3 days of movement. That was an extremely big bearish engulfing candle, and then we saw the continuation on down. That would have been a good example right here, where we see the stock had a few nice green days to the upside, right? We come down and hold 146, bounce on up to 150. Next day we gap up, and then we completely eat up the prior 3 days, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We eat up all of this in literally one day. That is a very, very strong sign of weakness, of bearishness, that we can continue to drop on off, and then boom, we dropped on off. So for this, that is just going to be what Corey said, the mid-candle breakdown, right? The mid-candle breakdown. I love it. We got the MCBD, got the mid-candle breakdown. Put the hammer down. I like it. Breakout, breakdown. When I see stocks breaking levels of support, I don't say breaking support or breaking the trend line. I say we're cracking. So I would have said the mid-candle crackdown. Got a crack addict up in here getting ready to trade ABBV. The mid-candle crackdown. Got the crack-a-lackin'. All right, guys. So what stock do you think will do the best today, right? There's really only 2 stocks here. It's very easy. Do you think the number 1 stock today is going to be FNGR, guys? Do you think the number 1 stock today is going to be ATXI? Or do you think it's going to be that back burner sleeper play that had really good news, CNTB? Go ahead and cast your votes, ladies and gentlemen. Right at the top of your chat box, you'll see what stock do you think will do the best today. Go ahead and click that. Go ahead and cast your votes. What stock do you think is going to do the best today, guys? Let's see what the team's thinking. We got about 20 seconds until the market opens on up. Let's make sure we're all set, ready to rock, and we are. Let's have a fun day. Let's have an awesome day, and let's lock in some profits, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, what do we got? We got 55% of chat saying FNGR, so it looks like everybody thinks FNGR is going to be that number one stock for today. So we'll kind of just alternate between ATXI and FNGR and see which one sets up for us, guys. I'm actually going to throw these on 3-minute time frames because the 1 minute is very choppy right now. So FNGR, 3-minute time frame. ATXI, 3-minute time frame as well, guys. We'll see if we have anything hitting that breakout scanner, anything on our high of the day momentum scanner, and our halt and resume scanner. If anything else starts moving on up, we will know. Here's ATXI for that possible little dip buy here, right around 1410. Nice little washout long into that dip buy level, right around 1410. May have a nice little dip buy to start the day here, guys, over on ATXI. All right, so watching ATXI here down towards around that 1410 level, that could be a nice little dip buy opportunity to get the day going. Then FNGR has that light support level, right? Light support right around that pullback low. Right around 686 is going to be light support here on FNGR, guys. If we crack below 686, we have room down to $6. All right, so we're just kind of sitting back. We got the SPY holding that trend line, getting a nice big push on up to those pre-market highs. Same thing with the Qs, holding that trend line, starting to get a nice little pop up to those pre-market highs. Let's see what the market does at those levels. FNGR, light support at 686. ATXI had that 1410 level of support, but right now we're starting to get a quick little red to green move. Open red, drop on off. Now we're breaking that open, starting to see some volume increase. Let's see if ATXI is going to get that break. There's ATXI. Nice big break, nice big rip and run. Back above that 1550 level. So 1550 is support here on ATXI now, right? 1550 is our level of support here on ATXI. Resistance, $16.80. 1680 resistance here on ATXI. And we know we have yesterday's high a day as our support level right around 1547. A high day, actually 1551. 1551. New high a day on the SPY as well. SPY just got a quick little spike on over the pre-market high there. But right now I'm waiting for ATXI to come back down and hit that 1551 level. Want to see it dump on off, 1551, get a quick little dip buy entry. See a nice little bounce, nice little follow through, back up to that 1680. Right now, ATXI is not slowing down. We need to wait for this thing to pull back a little bit. 1551 support, 1680 top resistance. CNTB, nothing here. INBX, nothing here. CNXA, we'll keep that one on watch. Maybe we get some action. And then FNGR is starting to fall below that light support level. I wasn't really thinking it was going to hold on up anyway, but worth watching. We could see it come down and bounce off yesterday's close. And yesterday's close here was at $6.50. If we crack below $6.50, it's coming back down towards around $6 support, guys. But right now, FNGR, the next best level of support is going to be yesterday's close at $6.50 here. ATXI dumping on back down. Very quick, very hard, very heavy, guys. This is why we do not chase stocks. Sit back and be patient. This is why we do not chase stocks. Okay, sit back, be patient, wait for the best opportunity. We're only 5 minutes into the day, guys. Okay, so right now, no fresh trades. Sitting back, being patient. ATXI getting smacked pretty hard here, back below that 1550 level. Right now, sit back and wait for ATXI to kind of calm down a little bit. There's FNGR off 650. There's FNGR off 650. That was yesterday's support, yesterday's close. That could absolutely hold up as our intraday support level here. 650. If we ever start cracking below 650, watch for this to come back down towards around $6, which was yesterday's resistance. Came down to 650, bounced up about 15, 16 cents there. 20-cent bounce, 25-cent bounce. I may be looking for a trade here above 650 for maybe one big U-shaped formation to get FNGR going. So I'm wanting to make sure that when we get in, we know that 650 is going to be that great level of support here. We can see on the 3-minute time frame, nice, healthy, decreasing volume pullback right into that 650. Yeah, so far, so good. Let's see if 650 is going to hold on up. If so, we can look to get in here. Stops under 650. And the first target would be the open at 778. So you got about $1 potential to the upside. Obviously, the 90 MA, the 20, and the VWAP are going to be levels of resistance. But the open is going to be one of our key levels of resistance. And that's right around that 775. That's about $1 away. And we have 650 support at this point in time. Let's see if FNGR is actually going to stay above 650. And if we see it come back down again, hit 650 and bounce, I may take a small trade to get my feet wet here, looking for this to start pushing back up towards the open of 775. If we crack 650 once again, we have room to fall back down to $6. Right now, no open position, still sitting back on my hands, waiting to make sure that this is going to be the best entry to get involved here with FNGR. If you want to get in now, you can. Stops are below 650. I'm personally going to wait a little bit. Right, if you want to get in, technically it's a good risk reward. You're risking 25, 30 cents to make $1 to the upside. Stops would be below 650, but I'm personally going to sit back and wait just a little bit longer and be extra picky, be extra patient. I want to see if it comes back down for the second time, see if it taps 650, see if it holds above 650. for 650, 37. Let's see if it's going to come back down towards around 6. A little choppy around that 650 level. All right, come on down. We did technically get a close below 650 at 647. And this is why I want to wait and be patient. Now I'm going to see if it's going to fade and fall back down towards around $6. We could be watching INBX for a break of this downtrend at some point. All right. So shares jumping in pre-market after talks with the FDA, looking to get that accelerated FDA approval. Shares are surging right now. This stock went from around $26 all the way to $33. So we do have good news here on INBX. INBX is up 27%. If we can break this downtrend, that could bring buyers back in for a nice little push up to 30. It's definitely worth watching there on INBX. ATXI is a bit too choppy right now at this point in time. And FNGR, we just want to be a little bit more patient on this. FAZE was halted. That's halted down. NEON. I got a couple halts here with NEON, but literally no volume on this stock, so that's not worth your time. We do want to watch AERC back above 420, right? AERC above 420 here, guys. Definitely want to watch AERC above 420. We can get above 420 and stay above 420. We have room to $5. So let's definitely keep AERC on high watch as well, guys. So AERC trying to get that pop, trying to get that break. Let's wait for a nice confirmed break. Nice big candle, nice increase in volume, solid break above that 420. Then wait for it to come back down, quick little retest, then we make our entries. AERC, let's see if we're going to get that break on out here. We are starting to break that downtrend. We are holding the 9 EMA and our VWAP. At this point in time, we can see the 20 EMA curling on up, the 9 EMA curling on up. That would be a break back above. Well, it is starting to push back above that 50 SMA. Let's see. Can we get that break here on AERC back above that 420 level? Yeah, nothing with FNGR. Not a lot with ATXI. INBX, we're just kind of sitting back looking to see if it's going to break its downtrend and get a nice spike up to 30. And being patient here to see if AERC is actually going to get a nice, clean, healthy, and solid break above 420. So we are starting to break the downtrend. We did break the downtrend. We are still grinding that 9 EMA here on AERC. And we are above 420. And now what we can see is we have this nice little uptrend on AERC. So AERC is on high watch. We have potential back up to 453. Potential back up towards around 469 to 470. And then our main target here would be $5 on AERC. Let's make sure we're actually going to hold above that 420 level. Not a lot of things are following through right now. Okay, we don't have a lot going on with INBX. There's not a lot of follow through, no follow through with ATXI. Big pump, nice big dump. FNGR, kind of trying to figure out what it wants to do today. All right, slight little dip below that 650 level, which was yesterday's close. We are starting to regain that 650 level now. We could see a possible reversal here on FNGR coming on up, guys. And this is what we could start to see here on FNGR, right? We come on down. We bounce at 650. We crack below it. We regain it. If we see it pull back and hit 650 again, and we start to see that higher low formation, that could be a little bit of a left shoulder, a little bit of a head, and a right shoulder, indicating a higher low reversal, right? We can definitely see that stock pullback to 650, hold 650, which was yesterday's close. See a nice little higher low push. That would also be a little bit of this inverted head and shoulders formation, and that could get us going back up towards around the open. So I definitely want to keep FNGR on high watch to see if we do come back down to 650, hold that level on up, and maybe we start to see a little bit of a reversal here. And just like that, not going to happen. Just like that, starting to drop on off even more at this point in time. Literally no follow through. We do have AERC slowly grinding on up. I don't like how slow the grind is. Not a fan of how slow this grind is, but we'll watch it because there's not a whole lot going on. All right, we got 3 minutes. 3 minutes until 10 o'clock. Jolt's job openings. How is that going to move the markets, ladies and gentlemen, right? We got the SPY right now above those pre-market highs, working their way on up to that 20 EMA. Again, the SPY today, 379 is your one final target. The Qs, okay, we are above those pre-market highs as well. Your target today here on the Qs is that 20 EMA, right around 284.65. But again, we have about 2 minutes, about a minute and a half, until we have that economic data being released, and that could really start to move the market. So let's sit back, let's pay attention, let's watch, and let's see if there's a market reaction here. We're about a minute away. Let's see if we have anything that moves the market. Penny stocks, there's not a lot going on, guys. Penny stocks, not a lot going on at all. Very slow, very choppy, no follow through, right? Sit back, relax, and wait for the best setup. Let's see if we have anything around 10 o'clock. Oh, I literally thought a minute was 10 o'clock. My goodness. I'm out of it, guys. I'm out of it. I don't know what's going on. I look down, I'm like, yeah, we got a minute until 10 o'clock. No, it's a minute until 9:50, guys. So, yeah, we got about 10 minutes to go. All right, 10 minutes to go. I can't even blame that on anything. I just blame that on pure stupidity. About 10 minutes. After the SPY hits 379, where do we think it would go after that? Well, 379 is that 20 EMA. Now, if we look left, where do we think it could go after that? Well, I think it can come back down towards around that lower shadow here, which also lines up with some support. Or, right? Some resistance there as well. So I would say 380.60. 380.60 would be the next level that I would say the SPY would hit and have a hard time getting above, because that was that lower shadow. Couple different days of support. Day of support before we cracked on down below it. So I would say 380.60 if and when we break over 378.60. 378.67. That 20 EMA. See, this is why we want to be patient. We're not really getting that follow through. AERC, right? INBX, just not seeing any action. FNGR, we just don't have any action. CNXA, out of nowhere, starting to squeeze on up. Where is CNXA headed to next? Well, that 50 SMA, guys. 50 SMA, right there at 80 cents. Not seeing any news here. Earnings on 9:30. Not seeing any news today. Here on CNXA. I'm just curious, is there any reason for the stock to be moving? CNXA. Have any filings? October 3rd, we had an 8K filing. All right, so yesterday we had an 8K filing. But we are into a very strong level of resistance. Daily support, daily support, daily support. Also, the 50 SMA. So old support, new resistance. 50 SMA is resistance as well. It's probably going to be tough to see CNXA get that break on out, guys. But let's keep it on watch, because if it does break that 80-cent level, we could see CNXA rip on up towards around 98 cents to $1. So there's a lot of potential here, over 80 cents, up towards around the high 90-cent level. But just keep in mind, 80 cents is going to be a pretty tough level to break. So the SPY opens, and it's just literally straight up. Looking at the SPY here on a 5-minute time frame, the SPY opens, and it's just literally been straight up. So we're just kind of looking for that first pullback. All right, we have a nice move on up, waiting for that first pullback. That'll put us probably around 10 o'clock. We'll see what that data does to the market. But all we need to do is wait for a pullback to play this trend. We have a lot of hype and a lot of momentum from yesterday. So again, we could definitely play into that strength today. We just need our first little pullback to get involved, and we just play this momentum to the long side. But I would still want to sit back and wait to see what this economic data does to the market at 10 o'clock. You guys are watching BTB. Your support level is your 200-day moving average at 34 cents. Resistance right up here around 40 cents. And then 49 cents on BTB. Looking to see if CNXA can hold this trend line, get a nice little pop back up towards around 80 cents. If we ever break 80 cents, we know we have room to 98 cents here on CNXA. You guys are looking at AERC. There is literally nothing happening with AERC. It's not worth your time. INBX. There's nothing happening with INBX. It's really not worth your time. ATXI. There's nothing happening with this stock either. It's not worth your time. Then FNGR. Nothing happening here either. Not worth your time. All right, you got BTB. Okay. You want to see the stock hold above that 200 SMA. Right around 34 cents. I'd say right around 34 to 35-cent support, right? 34 cents is right around the 200 SMA. 35 cents, prior resistance. That's your support level. You have resistance at 42 cents and then at 49 cents on BTB. Then CNXA, we know we have a lot of resistance at 80 cents. We ever break 80, we have room to 98 cents. Right now, we are above this trend line. Right? We have 1, 2, 3 points. This is point number 4 of the trend line after it put in a higher high. As long as we hold this uptrend, we could definitely see buyers move back in. Nice spike up to 80 cents. We ever break 80 cents, you can have a runner on the table. That'll take you up towards around 98 cents to $1 here on CNXA. Those are your top 2 plays right now, BTB and CNXA. In about 3 minutes, the data's coming on out. Let's see how it moves the markets, guys. Right now, I haven't really seen too much that I like. Pre-market was hot. Pre-market was definitely on fire, right? We had ATXI, FNGR doing pretty well. Right now, at the start of the day, first 30 minutes, not a lot of action, guys. Not too much going on. Again, it's just between CNXA here and BTB. CNXA, you're buying it right here off the trend line. Stops below the trend line. If you're getting in right here, right now, your stop loss is a crack of this uptrend. Your first target to lock in profits is going to be 80 cents and then 98 cents. That's on CNXA. We're waiting for BTB to come back down just a little bit lower. We're around that 34 to 35 cent level. And that's going to be the best level of support here for BTB. So it's a game of patience, guys. That's it. It's a game of patience. We got about 2 minutes. Actually, a minute 30. Now I'm right. About a minute 30 until we see if the markets are going to move or we're going to see a nice big spike, a nice big drop. Where are the markets going based on that data, if anything? And then, again, just kind of sitting back with these small cap pennies, guys. Right? BTB, CNXA. Those are the only 2 stocks right now. It is a very, very calm morning. Yeah, ERC broke the 420. Let's wait for a nice little pullback towards around the 420 level. Starting to break on out. Not looking all that shabby. Come back down around 420. Retest that level, prove that it's actually going to hold on up, prove that it's not just going to fade and fall like everything else. Count me in. Fantastic. But again, I want to be paying attention to the SPY and the Qs here, team. Want to be paying attention to the SPY and the Qs as we do have the JOLTS job openings data coming on out in about 15 seconds. Let's see what happens. If the SPY dumps, where's it going? Back to the pre-market highs first. Back to 373.50. Again, if the markets do react and the markets do move, then yeah, back down to those pre-market highs of 373.50. That's 10 o'clock. Just curious to see if the market reacts any. JOLTS job openings came in at 10.5 million compared to the 11.1 forecast. Market getting a quick little spike on up here. So quick little spike there out of the SPY right at 10 o'clock. SPY is just absolutely nuts right now. I'm going to have to sit back and wait and be patient, right? It's very overextended. It's very overextended right now to the upside, in my opinion. When I look at the SPY, and I especially throw it on a 5-minute time frame, I know we got that one little hiccup candle, but I want to see a much better, healthier pullback before I look to jump on in. If it just keeps going straight up here on the SPY, and we come into that 20 EMA at 378.79, I may take a little bit of a put position, a short, as I'm expecting it to pull back because of how overextended it is to the upside. It'd be a scalp. Look to get into the short side right to the penny, take it down for 50 cents, take it down for $1, whatever it gives me. Right now at this point in time, if we do spike for some reason another $2 to the upside without seeing a single pullback, I would look for a quick scalp to the short side, looking to buy and take those puts right at that 20 EMA, looking for it to pull back down into a level of support before transitioning and bouncing on up. So we'll have to see what's going on with the SPY here in the next maybe 5 to 10 minutes, guys. Run a trend line here on the SPY. Got a nice little trend line from the open. Nice high or low. Extend your trend line out to the right. Do the same thing with the Qs. Go to the open, grab yourself a trend line, run it on out. You see you have a really nice trend line from the open. Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. Getting that nice big rip and run on up. Pull back to the trend line. Could be a nice little bounce play. Nice little entry off that trend line. As long as you hold above this trend line, you're bullish. You do have room to that 284.81 level. So looking for the SPY and the Qs to come back down into this trend line. We come back down to this trend line. I want to trade with the trend until we hit that 20 EMA. When we hit that 20 EMA, I want to see what we do at the 20 EMA. Are we going to top on out? Are we going to start to reverse? Are we going to start to pull back a little bit? Are we going to break it with ease and continue to rip? Find out. CNXA, no follow through, no love. Rolling on over, starting to dump on off. Yeah, there's no follow through at all. That's why I'm not trading any penny stocks right now. When I saw FNGR with no bounce, no follow through, ATXI, no bounce, no follow through, I'm not looking to get involved in anything right now besides maybe the SPY and the Qs. But small cap, I'm not even looking to get involved with AERC. Like, even if AERC comes back down and retests this trend line and that prior high, I'm not looking to get involved. Why is that? Market conditions, right? No follow through. No follow through. No follow through. What leads me to believe that AERC is the exception? That we're going to get that follow through? I don't see anything. We do have merger news on AERC, but we had some pretty good news on some of these other plays as well, and we're just not getting the follow through right now. But my focus is here on the SPY and the Qs, unless you guys have another stock that you're looking at that you think looks amazing and you want me to break it down and do some due diligence, let's definitely take a look. But right now, this is the type of day that you really sit back, you sit on your hands, and you're patient. Capital preservation, guys. That's your mindset today, is capital preservation until we see that one amazing opportunity. But right now, there is not too much happening. All eyes are on the SPY and the Qs right now at this point in time. Thoughts on SNTI? Let's go check out SNTI. So I don't see any news on SNTI. I know it's been it's a continuation. It's been grinding up slowly and steadily over the past 4 to 5 days. We did have a filing last night. We had an 8K filing here October 3rd from SNTI. So we did just have a filing late last night, which probably caused a little bit of that action, a little bit of that volume to move in here in pre-market. And now it's just still continuing to the upside. I see room to that spiking high. So I see room to that 316 and then potentially 336. You got a little bit of a window of resistance. You got that spiking high right around 316. That spiking high right around 336. We already came up pretty darn close to that 316 level, and we backed down very quickly. If we ever break 316, you have another 20 cents in ya, and we could see SNTI up towards around 336. Again, I want to point this out and make this known again. Lack of follow-through, right? Lack of follow-through. We've already hit a pretty key level of resistance. That may be the high of day, and we may start to roll on over. I don't see tons of opportunity to the upside. I don't see a really, really high reward, low risk trade. But those are going to be your levels. 316 resistance, and then 336 with light support right around 293 here on SNTI. Not really seeing too much. I don't like the price action. I don't like the volume. We're way too overextended. We have divergence here, right? We see momentum is dropping on off as the stock's moving higher. I'm not really seeing a lot that suggests a great long position here on SNTI at this point in time. HGEN. Go take a look at HGEN. A lot of stocks trying to get some action, but a lot of stocks coming up into some very key levels of resistance. The 50 SMA at 27 cents. Right? And that's that gap fill level. Right? So yeah, gap fill level at 27.5. 50 SMA. You have probably another 2 cents in ya. Another 2 cents in ya. Support, 24.5 cents. Resistance, 27.5. So you got another maybe 2 pennies out of this. And support's about a penny away. Filling that gap, 50 SMA. Roblox. Let's go look at Roblox. Look at that double bottom that we saw yesterday, though. Absolutely beautiful. That double bottom played on out, which caused us to gap up. And where'd we go to? The 50 SMA, or the 20 EMA. Look at that. That was beautiful. Right? Nice double bottom formation. What did we hit? Boom. 20 EMA. Solid stuff. There's a lot of resistance here at that 20 EMA. A lot of resistance at the 20 EMA. And I would say eventually we got to come back down and close that gap at 36.68, right? We gapped up. Nice double bottom. Nice push. Right into that 20 EMA. All right. I do believe that we got to come down and close this gap at some point in time. So if we fail to break and stay above this 20 EMA intraday, the 20 EMA is at 38.19. If we fail to break and stay above and trade above 38.19, and this is resistance, and we start to sell off that level of resistance, I do believe we could see Roblox come down to 36.68 today and close this gap. However, if we do break this VWAP, we do break above 38.19 and it turns into support, then all right, we have room back up to high a day, and then potentially 39.50 to close that teeny little gap here on the daily chart. 5-minute chart has the 5 rare candles from yesterday's lesson, then the green engulfed to the upside. Volume may not be correct, though. Let's see. 5-minute. So you have the stock selling on off. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 candles to the downside, right? The last candle here is a little bit of a doji. It's a hammer doji on decreased volume into a level of support. Let's see. Was that a valid level of support here? We came down to 37.55. 37.55. I could see that being support. 37.55 spiking high. Low a day, high a day, low a day. Look at all that daily support. Look at all that daily resistance. I would say from a daily perspective, 37.55 was a good little level of support there. You had your doji candle. You had your 5 candles to the downside on decreased volume. Your first 5-minute candle made your new high at 37.66. Where do you take profits? Remember your indicators. The 20 EMA, take profit. 9 EMA, take profit. VWAP, take profit. So yeah, nice little 5-minute reversal here, right? Your entries, the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. Stops go under the doji low. And you have 3 really nice targets here. The 20 EMA, the 9 EMA, the VWAP. And if this really does explode and really does follow through, back up to high a day of 38.92 here on Roblox. But like I'm thinking this could be a bit of a bounce into resistance, lower high, come back down, crack support, and close this gap at 36.68. That's very possible. So I'm going to be watching for that here on Roblox. If we can't get above that 38.19 and we ever start cracking back below low of day here, I do see another maybe 60 cents to the downside, give or take on Roblox. But good eye. That was a 5-minute reversal there on Roblox. Good eye. We're losing a little bit of juice on the SPY. We're not really losing any juice on the Qs, but it looks like we're losing a little bit of that juice on the SPY. You kind of see the same thing with the Qs. The Qs are pushing higher. Momentum's falling. So on the 1-minute time frame, you're seeing a loss of momentum, but the 5 minutes still strong, guys. Right? We want to trade these higher time frames on the SPY and the Q. Absolutely. 5-minute time frame, momentum, still extremely strong. Okay, 3-minute, you're starting to see a little bit of weakness. Seen a little bit of weakness, but nothing crazy. So 5 minutes still intact. The 5-minute trend is really your friend, especially looking at the SPY and the Qs. Overall, the 5-minute looks really nice around the SPY and the Qs, and I don't see any reason for a reversal anytime soon. Still just rocking and rolling to the upside here, guys. Slow and steady. How's AERC doing? I just don't trust it. BTB, it's holding above the 200-day moving average, guys. Right, you have potential to bounce here and spike back up to 41.82, 0.4182, and then 48 cents here on BTB. Again, I'm not really seeing anything that I like right now. It's unfortunate. I'm glad we got a nice little trade in this morning in pre-market, but right now at this point in time, there is absolutely nothing happening at this point in time. So we know I was going to be watching some of these small cap oil stocks like INDO, IMPP, CEI, HUSA, and MXC, but oil really needs to be more volatile like it was back in, January, February. When we see oil volatile like this back in late February, early March, that's when we could see INDO get some action. We could see IMPP, CEI, HUSA, MXC really get some action. I want to find stocks that are moving. I want to find stocks that have action towards them, right? That are actually ripping and running, moving on up. Right now, we take a look at INDO, not really doing much, right? Go look at IMPP. Hey, it's just really not doing all that much. It's not really moving a whole lot at this point in time. So right now, it's trying to get some action. It did just sell on off a little bit. It's trying to bounce on back up, but it's barely moving. Right? I want to find a stock that's actually moving. I want to find a penny stock that's moving like the SPY. All right. I want to find a penny stock that's moving like the Qs. There's movement, right? There's volatility. There's volume, right? Volume equals activity, and activity equals profit. We need volume the stock to be active. And when that stock's active, there's going to be a lot of opportunity to lock in some profits, right? So I want to find that one stock, those two stocks where 80% of the focus is, where 80% of traders are right now at this point in time, because that's going to be the stock that could definitely get some action. Did CNTX really just randomly get a big spike to it? Okay, wrong stock. Wrong stock. I was like CNXA. Like CNXA, I saw that on the high of the day momentum scanner for CNTX. I'm like, did that stock really go from nothing to something? I was like, that stock really go from 50 cents to $1 out of nowhere? I literally just took it off the watch list because it's doing nothing. Right, wrong stock. Wrong ticker. This is a random pump. Random pump there. Is everybody asleep right now? Like, who in chat's sleeping? Are you guys sleeping on me right now? I know the market's slow, guys. Y'all are quiet. Y'all are sleeping right now. You guys aren't being quiet. You guys are active. You guys are engaging. I'm messing with you, but this market kind of putting you to bed a little bit. Market's putting me to sleep. Yeah. So I'll take a quick little power nap. Maybe the market will wake up. All right, guys, you have some great questions. Looking at Roblox, looking at like IMPP and some of these stocks. Great stuff, great analysis, great questions. I know the market's slow. I know the market's not doing anything, all right? So we may just start just diving into lessons. Like, we just may literally take the next hour and do nothing but lessons. You guys want to do that? The market's so dead. The market's so slow. You guys just want to dive into open floor discussions, Q&As, trade reviews, lessons. We can talk about Matt's strategy. Again, any topic you guys have, we can just bang it out over the next hour, hour and a half. We can do like 3 to 4 lessons all in one day. Like, I want to do something. I want to be productive. But this market is really slow. Like, really slow. Like, I can't even see where I'd want to get in on the SPY today. Like, I'm sorry. I don't know. Maybe you're getting in right at the break of the pre-market high and you've just been riding this train and this momentum, but across the board, there's nothing. I'm eager. I want to trade, but we got to take our mind off the trading and put it where it should be. Do a lot of lessons. A lot of lessons today, guys. That's going to be our trading sesh. Nothing but value bombs. Amazon chugging along like the SPY in this. But I guess SPY contains Amazon, so it makes sense. Yep. When you look at these individual stocks, Tesla, Amazon, Alphabet, Disney, Nvidia, a lot of these stocks, 95% of them are going to correlate with the SPY and the Qs on days like today, in markets like what we're in right now. Like this entire year, I would say 90% of the time, these individual stocks have been correlating with the SPY and the Qs. So it makes more sense to just watch the SPY and the Qs, in my opinion, because if there's not a catalyst to really drive a stock, it's going to follow suit and correlate with the broader market. Now, if you get something with earnings like Nike where it dumps down, it's going to do its own thing, right? You get, Snapchat, was it Snapchat? Was it Twitter? It was Twitter and Tesla and this and that. The market's just doing its own thing. Everything's correlating, but boom. That whole Tesla Twitter news came out and then Twitter rips, $2. It doesn't really correlate with the market. You got to find that one stock that has a reason to be moving on its own, to be doing its own thing. If not, it's going to move with the overall market and look very, very similar to the SPY and the Qs. Higher high, higher high, higher low, higher low. Yeah, I mean, here's the SPY chart. Let's go look at, Nvidia. Nvidia, same thing, slow grind on up, right? Let's go take a look at Microsoft. Look at Microsoft and compare it to the SPY. It's identical. Amazon to the SPY, nearly identical. PayPal, same thing, nearly identical, right? A lot of these stocks are just doing the same thing, moving with the overall market. If the SPY dumps right now, I guarantee 90% of these stocks are going to dump as well, right? Microsoft is going to dump. Amazon's going to dump. Nvidia is going to dump. Apple is going to dump. If the SPY and the Qs just tank right now for any reason, those stocks are tanking as well. All right, S&TI, not dead. S&TI wants to get some actions toward it. Okay, fine. Over 316, spiked up to that 336. Let's see where this thing wants to go. on SNTI. I mean, look at that daily chart. That daily chart is messy. Such a messy daily chart. $4 next. Yeah, $4 next on SNTI. Support. Put support back down around 315. Let's just put support back down around 313, 314. Right off those prior resistance level, right off those prior highs. That was your breakout point as well. Let the stock come back down. 313 support. That'll also put you right around the trend line. So here's a plan. Let SNTI pull back and retest prior resistance as new support. That's also going to put you right at the uptrend. That's a great entry right around 313. You could put stops maybe 10 cents below at most, below that trend line, below support, and you know where you could go back to, 336. You'd have about 20 cents to the upside, give or take. You could risk maybe 5 to 10 cents here if you get your nice healthy pullback into 313 support as well as the trend line. So SNTI is the exception, right? Look at AERC. It hit the trend line. It bounced. Massive rug pull. It came to the trend line. It held it. It bounced. And then massive rug pull, guys. No follow through. BTB. Just don't see the follow through. I just don't see it. I know SNTI is ripping. SNTI could set up. But when I see other stocks that are looking decent as well, with no follow through, it leads me to believe we're not going to get that follow through with SNTI. But again, 313, 314 support puts you right around the trend line as well. All right. Risk 5 cents, 10 cents at most. You would have about 20 cents of potential back up to that 336, 345 high a day there on SNTI. But it's pretty calm, very calm. The market is ice cold today. Yeah, penny stocks are ice cold. Just kind of sitting back looking to see what kind of opportunity we have coming on up with the SPY and the Qs, guys. Okay? If the market remains this slow, we are going to dive into lessons, right? Q&As, trade reviews. If you guys have any topics, anything that we can create a discussion around, let's do it. I know a lot of you guys want to dissect Matt's strategy, a very simple option strategy. And we'll go ahead and dissect that today and how Matt trades options, right? Very simple. One strategy that he really goes to, 80% of his trades is that one strategy, and it's so simple, it's going to blow your mind. So we'll talk about that today. We'll follow up with some questions, but let's go ahead and do this. Quick little 2-minute, 3-minute break. I need to use the restroom. This is perfect. The stock market's not really moving. It's very calm. We need to sit back anyway, be patient, wait for the next opportunity to come to us. So let's take a quick little break. I'm going to use the restroom, grab a drink of water, come back, see if we have some good opportunity here. If so, let's keep going. Let's keep trading. If not, we're going to dive into some lessons, Q&A sessions, topics, you name it. We're going to have some fun. We're going to make it happen, all right? I'll catch you guys back here in a couple minutes. all right. We're back. We are back, ready to attack. What's going on, guys? Are we missing anything? Do we have any opportunity? Because I'm eager here, guys. I'm eager to lock in some profits. Got that nice little downtrend, getting a little bit of a rejection here. Maybe see the SPY back down at 281.14. About a 50-cent drop, give or take, here on the SPY. Or the SPY doesn't crack below this lower low here. Okay, and we actually hold on up, break the downtrend, and continue this trend on up. You take a look at the SPY on a 5-minute time frame. SPY on the 5-minute time frame is actually holding above its 9 EMA as well. And what do we know? The trend is your friend. So if we can break that short-term downtrend, not make a lower low, but get this pop here, that's pushing off the 9 EMA. We can see it back up to high a day. So I definitely want to be paying attention to the SPY here, guys. Looking to see if we can get any action back to the upside here on... Well, I'm actually looking at the Qs right now. SPY, same thing. SPY, break of the downtrend, off the 9 EMA. I was looking at the Qs, but same thing. Back up to those highs of 377.24. Let's see what the SPY is going to do here, guys. Let's see what the SPY is going to be doing here. Nice little push off that 5-minute 9 EMA for a break of the downtrend back up to high a day. We do know that the SPY has potential to that 20 EMA, and that 20 EMA here on the SPY puts us right at 378.79. Let's see if we can get that little bit of a break of this downtrend off that little higher low. It's also pushing off that 5-minute 9 EMA. See if we can get the SPY to push back up to these highs of 377.24 right now at this point in time. Right now we have 5 call contracts, 377 strike. Next week, 6-day expiration. I want to play next week, so I'm always going to play next week. I'm not going to play weeklies. I'm going to play the week after. So it's a 6-day expiration, 377 call option, 487 fill with 5 contracts. Looking to see if we get that push on up here. See if we can lock in just a couple bucks, kind of get the day going. If the SPY is going to hold that 9 EMA and push back up to high a day here, and essentially get up towards around our target of that 20 EMA, 378.81. 378.80. Let's see if we get any kind of action here with the SPY. See if we can get that nice little push on up. If we ever fall below that 9 EMA on the 5-minute time frame, we could start to come back down towards around that 375 region. Let's see what the SPY is going to be doing here coming on up, guys. Over 377, back up to high a day. We break high a day. We got great potential to that 20 EMA. Let's see if we can get that pop over 377 here and get that next leg up for a new high of day. While I was in the bathroom, S&TI went wild. S&TI, did it go wild? It went wild. Never even got that nice full-blown pullback that we really wanted to see. So, we still looking at this trend line here on S&TI at this point in time. For that trend line to hold on up as support, we know we have some room up towards around $4 here on S&TI. So still watching S&TI at this point in time. Nothing with FNGR. AERC also broke up to 480, but it's also pulling back. AERC, how's AERC looking? Spike on up, a little bit of that rug pull action, and then curling on back up. AERC, I'm not really a fan of the price action today on this stock, but it is a slow, steady grinder. We know we have some room up to around $5 next here on AERC at this point in time. Support's going to put you back down at these prior highs. So you got 444 support, trend line support right now at this point in time. You're on AERC, right? S&TI support's going to put you right around this trend line, right around the 330s. Let's see if these two are going to come back down. Hit the trend line on S&TI, get a nice little bounce. Same thing. Maybe we come back down. AERC, hit the trend line, get a nice little bounce. We have room to $5 on AERC. Room up towards around 4 on S&TI. I'm still watching the spine, the Qs here. And SPY on the 5-minute doesn't look all that bad. Looks pretty good. Came down to that 9 EMA. Nice little bounce. Looking for the 377 break. Back up to 377.24. And we could see that 20 EMA here on the SPY. Right now, as long as that 9 EMA holds on the SPY, and as long as the 9 EMA holds on the Qs, we have really nice potential to continue this uptrend and hit those 20 EMAs on both. It depends. It depends. Is it risky to buy S&TI at 350? Well, it depends. Where's your stop loss going to be? And where's your target? Okay. So where is your stop loss on the trade? And where's your target? If you're looking to buy at 350, okay, and you have a 50-cent target, and you're going to stop out under 325, then it's not really all that risky. You are getting in on a higher low formation off that 20 EMA, off that prior high. You are getting in at a level of support, prior resistance, new support off the 20 EMA, right around 350. You can put your stop losses 25 cents away just to give it breathing room, and you have a 50-cent target. That's a nice 2-to-1 setup. So in that scenario, that type of trade plan, that would have been a decent little trade plan to get involved at 350 if you're expecting the stock to hit 4 and you're okay with risking, say, 20 to 25 cents a share. I'm very, very picky with my trades, right? I'm extremely picky with my trades. I want there to be multiple separate reasons to get involved. Here you got a couple, right? You got prior high, nice breakout, pulling back and putting in great support here. You can see it comes down 1, 2, 3, 4 different times and hits 345, and it also happens to be that 20 EMA. So you got a couple separate reasons that suggest maybe an entry here for the bounce off 350 back up to those highs. I wouldn't say it's risky. For me, I would say I'd want a lower entry personally. That's how picky I am. I'd like to see this crack on back down towards around this trend line, which also happens to be those prior lows here as well. So if we do get this to come all the way back down, that's going to put us at prior support. That could turn into support again, puts us at our valid uptrend, and that would put us right around the VWAP. So right there, I would have about 3 separate reasons. That would be a nice little entry down towards around the 330s. And then we could pair a nice little downtrend with it. Who knows? Maybe it ever sets up for a break of the downtrend at some point in time as well. Tons of potential, tons of opportunity. I want to get the absolute lowest entries that I could possibly get, because if I get the absolute lowest entry and the best area of support that I see, my stops are really close. My stops are right underneath that very key level of support, and then my profit potential has opened up and increased as well. So to answer your question directly, is it risky to buy at 350? Well, it'd be risky to buy at 350 if your stop loss was 25 cents and you're only looking to make, say, 20 cents. Then, yeah, that's risky because your risk to reward is not good. But if your plan was to buy at 350, sell at 4, and you're going to risk no more than 25 cents, and that's your plan, and you like that type of setup, then it wouldn't really be that risky because you have a good plan, you're prepared, good risk reward, and you do have 2 separate reasons to jump into the trade. And I had already gotten out of those SPY calls, just so you guys know. Just so you guys know, I was already out of those SPY calls because it wasn't really getting that big time push that I was expecting. I was answering a question here inside the chat, but I just want to let you guys know that I had already been out of this as it wasn't getting that big time push that I wanted to see here on the SPY. Just kind of stalled out there. I just kind of sat there flat, and I'm like, I don't want to get into it if it's not getting that big time break like we saw throughout the day. It wasn't just getting that nice big push. Pullback, looking for that nice big push. It wasn't getting that type of movement, that type of action. So I went ahead and walked away from this. I'm going to wait for it to reset back up. Look to see where the next best possible entry could be here on the SPY. Right? We have resistance right there at 377. We have support right here at 376. We're in a little bit of this channel. Bottom channel support, 376. Top channel resistance, 377. We break top channel resistance, we're going to that 20 EMA. 90% confident that we're going to that 20 EMA. We crack below bottom channel support, we could absolutely come back down towards around that VWAP at 375. All right, so I still want to watch the SPY and the Qs here. I want to see if we are going to hold on up above this bottom channel support. You know, maybe we see it start to break 377 and move higher. The trend is still up. We are still holding above that 5-minute 9 EMA here as our level of support. Use same thing, still grinding that 9 EMA at this point in time. Our next main level of resistance is 378.78 here on the SPY. This is a double top. We're going to start cracking on down. We're going to hold a higher low and break 377. Time will tell. But I want to definitely keep the SPY on high watch right here to see what happens over the next maybe 5-10 minutes here on the SPY, guys. A little choppy here. We just know we're inside this channel. Bottom channel support, 376. Top channel resistance, 377. See what the SPY's going to do in the next, again, 5 to 10 minutes. Either A, we get a nice break over 377 and we work our way up to that 378.79, or we come down to 376 and have a nice little bounce there. AERC at this point in time, right back down into that trend line, guys. So it came right down to the pretty close to that 444 into that trend line. Starting to get a little bit of a bounce here now at this point in time over on AERC. So definitely want to be watching AERC right now at this point in time. Beautiful entry right off that trend line, right around 450, getting a nice little pop. SPY's at bottom channel support right now at this point in time. Looking to see what the SPY's going to be doing here. We're going to get a little bit of a bounce here. We get to crack on down and move lower. We crack this 376 on the SPY. I do see it down around that VWAP of 375.20. Let's see what we got coming on up here, guys. Let's see what we have coming on up with the SPY, the Qs. Again, 5-10 minutes, we should have a good, clear indication on what direction we're headed to next. New high a day up to the 20 EMA, or starting to fade and fall here a little bit, back down towards around that VWAP. Let's see. I would think we come back down to 376 here on the SPY, back down at 376. We crack. We come down to that VWAP. Let's see what we got coming on up. Like the SPY really likes that 9 EMA. If we can get a nice push here and a nice close on this 5-minute candle, which so far it's not a bad looking close on that 5-minute candle, we can see the next 5-minute candle open and that be the one that gives us a new high a day off to the races up towards around the 20 EMA, guys. That 9 EMA is our level of support. We close below the 9 EMA and fall below 376. We start to downtrend a little bit. That was a nice strong close above that 9 EMA. Let's see if we can have buyers now move on in, start to open this on up for a nice little high day break here on the SPY. Very nice close on that last 5-minute candle though, guys. Very nice close. If you're in it, stops are going to be below 376. Stops are a close below the 9 EMA. We're looking for a high day break up to the 20 EMA as your target. So you're risking maybe 50 to 75 cents on the actual chart, with potential to get maybe $2 to the upside. Not a bad little risk to reward here. Want to see volume continue to increase. We want to see that high day breakout. Low and steady. I like the formation, though. Nice little higher low push off the 9 EMA with a nice little hammer doji here that got bought back up. That's a really nice strong candle here. I really like that strong candle close. Again, above the 9 EMA, giving a nice little higher low formation. Let's see if we can get some buyers to move on in here for a nice little break over those highs. Can the SPY get it? It just tried to break 377 again. Can we get that 377 breakout? Off to the races. Got about 2 points to the upside, guys. Let's see if the SPY's going to get it here. Might be it. This might be the moment we're waiting for to get that high a day, guys. Let's see if we get a high a day break. Watch for this thing to really start to open on up. There's 377 again. 377.06, 377.08, 377.11. Are we going to get high a day? Let's see. Boom. New high a day on the SPY. Nice big shoot up. Nice big rip and run here. Let's keep on pushing. We want to stay above 377 now at this point in time. Let's keep pushing on up. Another new high a day, 377.26. We're off to the races. Let's get that 20 EMA today, guys. About 2 points to the upside potential. New high a day, still going. Let's go ahead and lock in a little bit here. Let's lock in maybe a couple of these contracts. Go ahead and scale out here. Go back into the bid. We got 3 left. We'll go ahead and sell to close. And we have a nice little runner here now. We're going to see if we're going to continue the squeeze on up. It's a nice 5-minute candle, guys. I really, really like that trade. If you guys see it, you understand it, fantastic. If not, we can walk you guys through it as to why this was a good looking setup, right? We were inside a little bit of this channel, right? And we know how channels play on out, right? We have top channel resistance at 377. We come up to 377. We get rejected. We get rejected. We get rejected. We come on down. We form bottom channel support, 376. We push back up the top channel resistance of 377. And we know that after the second attempt to break over top channel resistance, we want to see a higher low than the break on the third attempt. So what do we see here? We popped on up to top channel resistance for the second time, right at 377. We got rejected. Here for a moment, it looked like it was going to crack and fall below bottom channel support. That would have been bearish. We could have seen this fade back down to the VWAP. But what did we see here? Definitely took some heat. Definitely came down a little bit lower than expected, but we saw buyers move right back in and push this right back up before that 5-minute candle closure, which gave us one of two things. Gave us 3 things. It gave us a higher low formation, which is what we want to see when stocks are in channels, right? We want to see that higher low formation before the breakout. We got it. It gave us a very strong hammer doji, which is a sign of bullishness, right? That we could see more buyers continue to move in after that candle was formed. Number 3, it gave us that higher low with the doji above the 9 EMA. And we see here that the 9 EMA has been respected. We come down, we bounce off the 9 EMA. Come back down, higher low U shape, off the 9 EMA support with that nice doji candle. Boom. Third point break of the channel. We get a nice little pop into a new high a day. Now we want to see top channel resistance hold as new support. So channel resistance was right around 377. To be exact, it was 376.90. Now we want to see 376.90 hold on up as support. The buyers move back in, new high a day, slow and steady move up towards around that 20 EMA. And this is how we're going to type tickers in correct ticker format, $ and all caps. But good job. I appreciate you putting the $ in, and we'll just go ahead and go with all caps as well. Keeping chat clean, keeping chat credible. Appreciate you guys. SNTI. All right, SNTI getting a nice little push to the upside. We know we had that $4 resistance level. If your plan was to be a buyer at 350 here, right? Like we discussed in that example, if that was your plan, you would have just hit your target of $4. That is one of your top targets today. Here on SNTI was right around $4. If we break 4, I mean, where are we going next? Look at that daily chart. Right around $5 resistance here on SNTI. So SNTI still working its way on up. Right now we have $4 resistance, bottom support back down around 345. And what we're looking for is this stock to continue to build these nice higher lows, eventually break $4 and go on its next leg up potentially to $5 here on SNTI. Okay, AERC came down to the trend line. Nice bounce back up to high a day. But here's the thing. We're actually putting in a slightly lower high as we're coming back into the trend line. That is a sign of bearishness, right? So right here, this is bullish. Why is that? Well, we're coming into the trend line off of a higher high. So we could take that trade off the trend line. It was profitable. Now we're coming back into the trend line on a lower high. That's not a sign of strength. That's a sign of weakness, right? We typically see these trend lines crack and then we start to fade and fall. So right now, AERC, in my opinion, is dead as we are starting to crack that trend line off of a lower high. All right, so AERC, I'm not seeing too much here at this point in time. SNTI, we just need to wait and see where the stock's going to come back down to and find its new level of support. As we see here, it came down and found support at 345 before getting that rip up to $4. Where is the next level of support going to be at? Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to close my window. It's such a beautiful day. I opened the window, but they got maintenance going on today. Much better. All right, and then what do we have here at 11:03? We had BRTX halted. BRTX halted. Nothing here though. GRNQ hitting that breakout scanner. Little to no volume here on GRNQ. So again, AERC cracking the trend line. Not looking that great. Looking a little bearish right now at this point in time. So right now, not a whole lot going on with AERC. SNTI, it could hold the trend line and push back up to $4. I'm just not a fan of, how SNTI is moving. Right through this area. Just not really a fan of how slow and how kind of choppy it was before it got that big pop to the upside. Watch it above the trend line on SNTI. Okay, if this trend line cracks, it's going to come back down to $3.45. If we can hold this slide up trend and hold these higher lows, we could see another spike on up towards around $4 here on SNTI. But that's really all you have right now at this point in time in penny stock land, right? AERC, it's already cracking the trend line, starting to fade and fall a little bit. SNTI, as long as it holds the trend line, you have one last chance to get a nice little push up towards around $4. The second we start to crack that trend line, we'll probably come back down towards around 345, and it just so happens to be the VWAP as well. So holding the trend line, continuing to build these higher lows, you can see another spike back up to high a day. Spine the Qs, just a little range bound now. Just kind of sitting sideways on the Qs, not too much going on there. The SPY breaking out of its top channel resistance, coming back down to retest prior resistance is new support right around that 376.90. And as long as we hold that 5-minute 9 EMA, as long as we stay above 376.90, we still have potential to see the SPY creep on up to that 20 EMA. That 20 EMA, once again, that 378.80. Now, like Steve mentioned, look at that momentum on the 5-minute, right? The SPY is moving on up while momentum is really falling on off. So that's one thing to be mindful of, is you are losing a lot of momentum right now on the SPY, and we could clearly see that. Look at all of this fantastic action, all of this fantastic momentum right at the start of the day up until 10 o'clock. But since 10 o'clock, we've been more range bound. We've been more sideways, and we have lost a lot of buying momentum. We could still see buyers move back in, an increase in volume, a new high of day as we are coming back down to the 9 EMA and retesting prior resistance as new support. We could start to see momentum increase again as we are pushing into a new high a day, nearing that 20 EMA. So I still see bullishness. I still see potential to the upside. Right now at this point in time, I don't see a reason to short the SPY. If anything, play with this momentum, play the strength, play the trend. The trend is your friend. Again, you have potential to 378.80. Red and green makes sense on the time and sales, but what is the neutral color? So the neutral color indicates that it was an order that was in between the bid and the ask. Okay, so when you see an order come in on the time and sales and it's green, that's an order that took place at the ask price. You see an order that comes in red, that's an order that took place at the bid. Now, white or neutral, right, the neutral color, white, indicates that it came in between the bid and the ask. So if there's a 10-cent spread on the stock, let's say $1 on the bid and $1.10 on the ask, any orders that come in at the ask will be in green. Any orders that come in at the bid will be in red. If you see 105, it's going to be shaded neutral because it wasn't at the bid and it wasn't at the ask. It also depends on the broker you use. So TD Ameritrade, 99.9% of the time, you see red and green, indicating orders coming in at the bid and coming in at the ask. It's very rare that you see white or neutral. Now with Fidelity, you have green, red, white, yellow, blue, purple, pink, black. I mean, you get a lot of different colors. You have to go look up Fidelity's time and sales and see what each one means. Fidelity is just slightly different than, say, TD Ameritrade when it comes to the time and sales and what the colors mean. The green's the same, the red's the same, the white, neutral, is the same. But you could see yellow, you could see blue, you could see, I think I've seen purple before on the time and sales, and they all mean something just a little bit different. All right. All right, team. So right now we are going to dive into a nice little afternoon topic. And our afternoon topic today is going to be what Mr. Stir and some of you guys inside the chat wanted, was a quick recap on Matt's options trading strategy. So if you guys do not know who Matt is a 10-year, 6-figure veteran options trader. All right. He makes really good money trading option contracts. He's been doing this for a little over 10 years. He makes well over 6 figures, and he's really perfected his edge and his approach in the market. And Matt's edge and his approach in the market is very simple, and it's very basic. He doesn't overcomplicate things. He doesn't use the VWAP. He doesn't use 9 EMA and 20 EMA. He doesn't use momentum. Matt literally uses support and resistance and trend lines. That is how Matt trades. Support, resistance, and trend lines. 90% of the time, I would say, I may be overshooting that, let's say 80% of the time, Matt's option strategy solely relies upon trend lines. It's very unique, but yet it's very, very simple. So I'm going to give you guys a quick little breakdown as far as Matt's option strategy from a technical perspective, okay? And it's very simple. You're going to be mind blown on how simple this strategy is. So I'm going to go ahead and start with the handy dandy paint tool. Go ahead and draw it up so you guys can visually see what he's looking for, right? The pros and the cons, the do's and the don'ts, and then we'll go find some real life examples on his strategy. So again, very simple stuff, guys. So we're going to go ahead and draw up what will be our chart. Okay, so let's say we have the market opening and it goes on a nice big move on up. Okay, market starts pulling on back. Now the market is moving on up. We can see the market's in an uptrend. Okay, we could see that the stock, whatever stock this is, ABC stock, okay, we can see that this stock has gone on a nice move up from a low to a high. Stock's now pulling back, putting in a higher low, and now it's putting in a higher high. At this point in time, this is what Matt will do. He says, okay, this stock's in an uptrend. So what do I want to go ahead and do? I want to draw an uptrend on this stock. So he's going to come here, grab himself a trend line, connect his low, connect the higher low. And all Matt is waiting for is for this stock to come back down to this trend line on point number 3. He classifies the start of the trend line as point number 1. Where you connect it, where you can actually connect a series of lows, classifies that as point number 2. All he's doing is waiting for this stock to eventually come back down the trend line on point number 3. He will take a trade. He will take 30 call contracts. On average, he takes around 30 contracts at a time. He will take 30 contracts right at that trend line. Okay? If it breaks and breaches the trend line and he sees a close below, he will get out. So he's also on a 2-minute time frame, just so you guys know. Only trades the 2-minute time frame. He doesn't trade candles. He trades the bar. So it's a bar chart. Open, high, low, close. Bar chart. Does not trade candlesticks. Only trades on the 2-minute time frame. If he gets a candle that closes below his trend line, that unvalidates it, it doesn't hold, and it breaches his uptrend, he gets out immediately. If I'm not mistaken, his maximum loss is 25 cents per share on the stock. So if the SPY is at 325, right? Let's say that trend line just so happens to be 300.25. Regardless of it breaching the trend line, regardless of it taking a little heat, if he sees it go down to 299.99, well, that's more than his 25 cents. It's an automatic stop. He walks away. But what he's noticed in the market is that when you have a stock in an uptrend, putting in a low, a high, a higher low, a higher high, and you have a nice steady uptrend. It's not too steep, right? The trend line's not straight up like this, but it's a nice, healthy, fluid trend line. He's noticed that about 80% of the time, the stock will come down to the penny, to that trend line, and bounce. That's all he's looking for. That's all he's looking for. Stock comes down, it hits the trend line, he gets in 30 contracts. He's risking 25 cents or a breach of that trend line, a 2-minute candle bar closure below the trend line. If it happens to be 10 cents, he gets out. It's 5 cents, he gets out. 20 cents, he gets out. 25 cents, he's out. A breach of that trend line or 25 cents to stop out. And what he's noticed is on average, when he trades the SPY and the Qs and Netflix and Nvidia, that on average, that stock will hit the trend line and bounce at least 50 cents or more. That's his profit target. The stock bounces ever so slightly. Those option contracts go up pretty nicely, right? The stock is bouncing 50 cents. That means he's getting half of his delta. And the delta that he's choosing is a 30 delta. So let's do some math. Okay, let's do some math. He's choosing consistently a 0.30 delta. That's supposed to be a D. A 0.30 delta is what he's choosing. If he's risking 0.25 per options contract, what do we need to do? We need to take 30 and divide that by 4. So his average loss per contract is $7, right? Because that's a quarter of the delta. So again, if he's on a 30 delta and he's risking 25 cents on the stock, well, that's going to be a quarter of the delta, because the delta represents for every dollar move. That's $7 a contract that he's losing, times 30 contracts. What do we got there? 7 times 30. That's a $210 loss per trade if he gets his total stop at, again, 25 cents. Okay, but he's looking for that instantaneous bounce off the trend line. And he's only looking for the stock to bounce on up 50 cents. You're talking about the SPY going from 376 to 376.50. That'll take place in maybe 2-3 candles at most. Tesla, probably in 30 seconds, right? So it happens very quick. He's not looking for dollars, $2, 50 cents. Now he's looking to grab that 50 cents, right? What does that equal? Half the delta, $15. Okay, times 30 contracts. That's going to be $420 if he sells all of his 30 contracts, because again, he's trading 30 contracts. But what I know Matt will do is the second it pops on up and he hits that 50 cents, he will not sell 30 contracts. I believe he sells 10. He leaves the other 20 as a runner. Those 20 contracts go in at a stop loss at break even. So best case scenario, he walks away with $150, but he still has 20 contracts as a runner. If he hits a full dollar, he's taking another 10 contracts times that 30 delta, which is $300. So just like that, he has $450 in profit on 20 contracts sold. And he still has 10 contracts as a runner with a stop at break even. 70 to 80% of the time, he's hitting this target on his trades. He may get stopped out of the 10 runners. He may hit. Well, let's take the 10 runners off the table. 70 to 80% of the time, the stock will come down to the trend line. It will bounce on up 50 cents. He will take his quick 150, go risk-free. 70 to 80% of the time, it will give him that additional 50 cents, which is the full delta on another 10 contracts. That is $300. Well, that's $450. Now he's risk-free. 70 to 80% of the time, his average profit is around $450 on those particular trades, while his maximum loss on the trade is only $210. 30% of the time, he will take that loss. 70% of the time, he will take this average win. That's a profitable strategy, and that's all he does. The third point of the trend line, he looks to get in. He's looking at the SPY and the Qs or Apple or Tesla. He's literally risking that 25 cents on the stock's chart, which is a quarter of the delta. And he's always going with a 30 delta, not a 50, not a 90, not a 30 delta, 30 contracts. Looking for that quick 50 cent pop, 10 contracts off the table. We get another little 50 cent move on up, another 10 contracts off the table, all at the same time, always putting that stop loss no lower than his cost basis. So he always walks away profitable 70% of the time. And there's that chance, there's those times that it just absolutely rips and runs. And he continues to have those 10 contracts as a runner, $1,000, $1,500, $2,000. Absolutely insane. So I want to do this real quick, right? Just so you guys can write this down. 30 delta. And he trades the close until expiration. So if he's looking at the SPY and the Qs, he's trading tomorrow's expiration. He's trading Tesla, Apple, Nvidia, Friday's expiration. The closest to expiration, a 30 delta, what he's trading is a 30 delta at 30 contracts. Okay. Now his time frame, he always trades a 2-minute time frame. So Matt will always stick to a 2-minute time frame, and he will trade a bar chart. So this is his chart. So what Matt will do is he'll come in and try to find solid key trend lines to base his trades off of. So let's go to yesterday, for example. So we can see here on the SPY, you probably would have noticed this trend line. Let's go ahead and extend this out to the right. Extend to the right. So we have this low, this high, this higher low, and a higher high. So this stock is in an uptrend. So this is going to be a validated trend line format. For example, what's not a validated trend line based on that example? So let's say the stock opens and pushes, pulls back, and it's doing a little something like this. Well, you could go ahead and run a trend line on this stock from the low to the higher low. A validated trend line in Matt's eyes is the stock that puts in a higher high and then comes down into the trend line for point number 3. Now, if the stock does not put in a higher high and it comes down into the trend line for point number 3, it will not take those trades. So if you see the uptrend, but point number 3 is not coming off of a higher high, if you do not see a higher high in the point number 3, if you see a lower high in the point number 3, you will not take those trades. But if you see the higher high into point number 3, those are validated. Okay, so let's look at this example from the SPY yesterday. So now all he's doing is waiting for the SPY to come down to the trend line. Right there. Right there. It's safe to say Matt was taking a trade right off that trend line. So let's go ahead and mark it up. Right there off the trend line, 364.85. What's the stop loss? No more than 25 cents. That puts you at 364.60. That's 25 cents right there. What's the target? Plus 50 cents. That going to put us at? Well, that's going to be 35. So right up here towards around 365.35. We already have a trend line drawn. We're waiting for point number 3 off of a higher high. Did we get it? Well, point 1, point 2, higher high into point 3. We got it. Waiting for the stock to come down to the trend line. Looking to make our entries, right? And just like that, boom, you see a nice little move. That was a really bad trend line, actually. But you get the idea, right? When I was zoomed out like this, you definitely see how it looks like it was right at that trend line at that point in time. Wasn't that close, but maybe that was a trade you would have taken. Maybe my trend line's a little unadjusted. Maybe I can adjust it a little bit better. But regardless, you guys get the point. Okay, very simple. Using trend lines. Looking for the stock to come down into point number 3 off of a higher high to take that trade. Only using trend lines. No VWAPs, no 9 EMA, no 20 EMA, just the trend line. And this applies to uptrends and downtrends. And the one main piece of criteria is that the stock is coming into point number 3, right? Point number 3 off of a higher high. This scenario, point number 3 came in off of a higher high, right? Now that we readjust this trend line, we can see we have a good point. We draw it out. And then boom, it does come down to that trend line. It does bounce on up. Eventually it cracks below and falls below the trend line. But entries were down here off the 3rd point. The stock had a nice 50-cent move to the upside. He's taking profits. Risk-free, stop out, 150 bucks. Rinse and repeat, right? Rinse and repeat. Now, do we have any downtrends, right? Can we say, hey, we got any downtrends now? The stock broke that uptrend. Now we could start to see downtrends form. Okay, well, here we go. We have this high. We have this lower high. We're going to extend this out to the right. So we have this high, lower high. We got a lower low. So we have a lower low being validated before it comes into point number 3. Now, if we come into point number 3, he would look to take put contracts right there, put contract. If he would have taken this trade, for example, right off the trend line, 364.70. What's his stop loss? 25 cents, 364.95. What's his target? 364.30. Let's see how that trade would have played out. Maybe he would have hit target, right? Maybe he would have held. I'm not sure exactly if he's looking for that candle bar to close above that 25-cent threshold. If this is something he still would have held on for a few seconds later, because again, it came right up that 25 cents to the penny. I'm not sure how he would have executed that. Maybe he would have held on for a candle bar closure because it's right at 365 resistance as well. There's so many other variables. But from an initial entry standpoint, looking to make his entry, he probably would have taken the stop loss. Knowing that, since this candle hit, the next candle opened and closed above, he probably would have just taken that stop loss for 10 cents and walked away. Would that trade have worked? It would have worked. But knowing that, he probably would have just said, you know what? I got this 2-minute candle bar closure above this downtrend. I'm going to go ahead and take that 5 cents of risk. 5 cents, 10 cents. What is that? That's $3 a contract times 30 contracts, $90. Get out, walk away, rinse and repeat. So it's a very simple strategy, right? That simple. I told you guys, you got to kind of be like mind blown on how simple it is. Trend lines, 2-minute time frame, bar chart. The only criteria that really needs to be met is if you're looking to get involved on that trend line on the third point, whether it's an uptrend or whether it's a downtrend. Okay, the stock has to be coming into point number 3 with a higher high, an uptrend, or a lower low if it's a downtrend. The second it hits that trend line, entry. Plus 50 cents, take profit. Plus $1, take profit. If it goes against them by 25 cents, cut the loss. If the bar closes above or below the trend line by 10 cents, take the loss and move on. We do not want to find these types of trend lines. This is another thing. He likes to find these really nice, just healthy looking trend lines. We do not want to find and identify trend lines that are straight up vertical like that. He will not utilize those types of trend lines. So if the trend line, let's go ahead and remove that, from a degree perspective is 73 degrees to the upside. Look at that, 72.66 degrees to the upside. That is just way too vertical. That is way too steep. Those are not going to be those types of validated trend lines. We want to find those nice, steady looking trend lines, right? That's about a 44 degree angle, right? Even a trend line like this, a 35 degree angle. Even a trend line like this is even better, right? That's a nice what? 17, 18 degree angle. It's just, it's nice. It's steady. It's not too vertical. It's not too steep. It's nice and steady. Maybe this was a trend line that he identified, extended out to the right. Does it ever come down into point number 3? Well, it does, but it breached here. I don't know if these are types of trades he was taking yesterday. If so, quite a few stops on the SPY, for example, not honoring these trend lines. We got to get Matt back on the mic sometime to really break this down thoroughly. If you guys want to, dive inside the video lessons library and watch the Ultimate Options course. We actually bring Matt in at the very end of that lesson for about an hour, and he actually goes through this strategy in more detail. But we've had a lot of requests lately from members inside of chat for me to go over Matt's strategy. It's not a strategy that I trade, for example. I personally use multiple separate reasons as confirmation to get involved. That could be a mixture of trend lines, indicators, support resistance, price action, and volume. I find 2 to 3 or more separate reasons to execute a trade. And I primarily trade volatile, small cap, low float penny stocks that rip and run. A lot of momentum. Matt's approach and Matt's strategy is completely different than mine. So I do not trade this particular strategy, but I do know it because me and Matt are good friends. We're colleagues. We've talked a lot. We've brought him inside a chat, and he's shared these things with you guys as well. So again, if you have any questions, let me know. Very simple. Third point of the trend line, off of a higher high or a higher low. Looking to take that trade. Looking for 50 cents with 25 cents of risk. The second that trend line is breached, that's an exit. Regardless of the situation, you walk away. Trading that 2-minute time frame on a bar chart. He's not playing cracks. No. So he's not playing cracks of uptrends. He's not playing breaks of downtrends. Okay. He's looking for 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 and expecting a bounce off point number 3. If it's a downtrend, he's looking for 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. He's looking for a rejection of point number 3. Because what do we know? On point number 3 of trend lines, it's 80-20. Right? We talk about this all the time. The third point of a trend line is typically a pretty valid 80-20 entry. You can look to take it long. But when we come into the fourth point of a trend line, that's when it becomes really 50-50. We say that a lot. That's when it's really 50-50. It could hit it and reject and continue, or it could hit it and break it. So what he's looking to do is look to trade point 1, point 2, point 3, and get involved on the third point, because after the third point, it becomes a little less predictable. The probabilities go against you more towards that 50-50. I like trading breaks. So like I'm not taking a short here on point number 3 of the downtrend, which is a great short entry. I'm looking for the break of point number 4. I call that a boom, boom, bang. Same trend line that I'm drawing, that Matt's drawing. Matt's taking put contracts on point number 3 for the rejection. I'm waiting for the break of point number 4 for the boom, boom, bang, for the reversal. Same approach, same idea, same stock, same trend line, 2 different types of traders and 2 different styles of trading the same exact chart, the same exact stock, even if it's on the same exact time frame, right? But he's not looking for breaks and cracks of trend lines. He's looking for point number 3, and we know on point number 3 of an uptrend, or point number 3 of a downtrend, 80% of the time, we see that point hit and we see a move in our desired direction off that trend line. We're not looking for $20 a share. We're looking for that 50 cents to $1. Sometimes it hits, it keeps on ripping. It was a nice one, and we get paid big time. And I've seen some of his profits, and I've heard some of his profits. It's paid big time. Absolutely amazing stuff, right? But again, base hits, base hit, base hits. A few $100s here, a few $100s there, a few $100s here, a few $100s there. Every now and then, home run. Losses, $200 a trade. Doesn't take many losses because he's only trading this one strategy, the third point of the trend line. He gets maybe 3 trades a day, maybe 1 or 2, could be 3 or 5. But it's that one strategy that he's just seen unfold day in, day out over 10 years. And he's like, why do I need to trade anything else? I can come into the market for 30 to 45 minutes, trade the third point of the trend line, knowing it has a 70% win rate, keeping everything consistent, 30 contracts, 30 delta, closest to expiration, one strategy only that we see unfold a lot in the market. Why do I need to do anything else? 70% win rate, right? Most of the time I'm hitting 2 to 1s or 3 to 1s. It's a really nice strategy. It's very simple. It's unique. And that's how he makes well over 6 figures a year with that one simple strategy. Going with the trend. He's trading with the trend. That's it. The trend is your friend. That's why point number 3 has to be off of a higher high if it's an uptrend, or a lower low if it's a downtrend. Because if we see point number 3 of an uptrend coming in off of a lower high, that's an indication of a possible reversal. We just put in a lower high, we could put in a lower low. The trend is your friend. Keeping it simple. The trend's your friend. The third point, 70% of the time, 80% of the time, it'll bounce at least 50 cents. If it doesn't, my risk is so low. If it does, I hit 50 cents. I take some profit. I get a runner on the table. If it goes in my favor even further, I'm taking even more profits on the table. $400 or $500 a trade, a few trades a day, 70% win rate, one strategy. He's making 6 figures. Trading's boring for Matt, I guess. He goes, sometimes it's really boring to trade, right? Sometimes it's boring. I see you trade penny stocks. It looks exciting. Trading should be boring. And he keeps it that simple, that boring. He makes a lot of good profit. But he doesn't start with 30 contracts day one. He started with 1 contract until he perfected it. Then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. And before you know it, 2 years later, now he's trading 30 contracts, and that's his sweet spot. Awesome, Joey. Check out, yes, 1 hour, 33 minutes into the lesson. Until the end of the lesson, that's where Matt's talking about it, how he trades it, giving you guys some live examples. It's really good stuff. But for those of you that wanted a little bit of a refresher, a little bit of a recap, I hope this helped. It's not a strategy that I trade daily. It's not a strategy that's something that I actively trade to where it's like I know exactly This is the stock. This is the example. But it's simple enough to where I can explain it to you guys and break down the criteria and answer any questions that you guys may have about his unique strategy. That's it. 50-cent targets, the 30 delta, a breach of the trend line is an exit, okay, or 25 cents, whichever happens first. 70% of the time, the trend line will hold. It'll bounce up 50 cents plus. He's scaling out quick. Awesome. I'm glad. I'm glad that I cleared up a few points that you were confused with and that you are all set, ready to rock. So I'm glad that helped out, Stir. Really am. If you have any questions, please let me know. Different type of lesson, right? Kind of threw me on the spot here a little bit. Something I'm not super confident with or familiar with because I don't trade it like that. But again, it's fun. I enjoy it. And I kind of want to trade the bar chart now. I'm over here looking at the bar chart. I'm like, oh man, this looks good. I can just spot everything a little bit clearer now. Rob, this will be in the video lessons library. I am recording it right now, but if you want, we are on demand. So you can actually rewind your live stream right now and rewatch this. Go back to 11 o'clock in the live stream as we dive into this lesson. But yes, it will be edited and uploaded in the video lessons library into the week, right? Every lesson we have will be uploaded in the video lessons library every Friday that we do Monday through Thursday. So these lessons and topics from this week will be in the library on Friday. Right, but if you want to watch it now, just go ahead and rewind your live stream about 28 minutes, and you can go ahead and rewatch right now on demand if you wish. Absolutely. Absolutely. Does he use multiple trend lines throughout the day or readjust as the day goes on? I'm thinking one trend line until it's validated and he has a trade, or until it's not validated, right? I've seen maybe 2 trend lines on his chart at a time. If you watch that video that Joey typed up, the timestamp, you'll notice he may have like 2 or 3 different trend lines on the chart, and he'll look to trade one of those 3 trend lines depending on which one's hits and a multitude of other factors. Okay, but yeah, I think I've seen maybe 2 or 3 trend lines, but once one's hit, then he calls it pretty much dead. So basically go away. That was a trend line. It was hit. I took my trade. I made profit. It's already the 3rd point. I can't trade that trend line again. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that trend line and sit back and wait for a new trend to develop to be able to properly draw a trend line on. So I want to find another good example if we can. Maybe like Amazon. Is there something on Amazon? I mean, today was a pretty tough day. Not really a tough day, but from an example standpoint, I mean, hey, maybe Disney. Is Disney one? No, not really, because Disney was never building those higher highs before it came back down into that trend line. How about Roblox? He doesn't trade Roblox. I know that. He doesn't trade Roblox, but he trades Netflix a lot. He'll trade Netflix a lot. Maybe he found something here on Netflix today, right? Maybe. Let's zoom in. All right, we got this high. We can maybe just run this on down here a little bit. Let's go ahead and extend that to the right. Not sure if this is something he would have traded. No, I don't know if that would have been his trend line, or if he would have said, you know what, let's remove that and make this a trend line right here. Now let's extend that out to the right. The validated trend line. Is it going to come back up? Well, I mean, that's a pretty decent looking trend line based on his strategy. You got a high, a low, lower high, lower low, back into point number 3. No, would that have given him 50 cents off the trend line? No. On something like Netflix, maybe. Catching the trade right here. We've been stopped out. Would he have made profit? Again, I don't know. It's been over a year since we've really spoken to Matt and, had a chance to pick his brain. Maybe some things have changed. But as far as that simplicity, like just keeping it simple, stupid, the simplicity, the third point of the trend line, that's it. It's that simple. Place the files. Okay, this was a refresher for members that have personally worked with Matt here inside of chat before, that have watched that lesson that just needed a refreshment. I would definitely get back into that video in the video lessons library, the Ultimate Options course, get to that timestamp that Mr. Joey typed up and watch that, because he has the floor for about 40 minutes to an hour, and he explains everything, examples, answering questions from members inside of chat, and that right there may be a little bit different hearing it come from him, and that may open up your mind a little bit there as well, guys. But overall, good stuff. All right, do we have any questions, comments, concerns before we end our morning session? Very slow stuff today, guys. Very slow in the market, right? The spine, the Q's out of the gate, fantastic action. Since then, just sitting sideways and consolidating. Not a lot going on right now. S&TI, not a lot going on. AERC, not a lot going on. The more I use these bars, I kind of like them. I'm not going to lie. The more I'm looking at these bar charts, I'm like, you know what? I like the bar chart here. It's actually not that bad. Comparing it to a candle, I don't know. I like candles, though. You get a lot of indication of strength and price action. You get the lower shadows for the dojis. There's a lot of good stuff. Like, for example, the SPY on the 5-minute time frame, right? Not really able to see that strong hammer doji here as to why we took a quick little trade, right? But you throw that back into a candlestick, boom, you got that nice doji. So I like candles. I do like candles. It's just nice to switch it up a little bit. They're just clean. Exactly, they're clean. For sure. Right, guys. So, slow day. Slow day in the market, but we came into pre-market. We made something happen. A little bit of a bounce back from yesterday. So I am break even on the week, but we really just haven't really seen exceptional trades. But I'll take a break even. I'm cool with that. From yesterday to today, nice little bounce back in one trade. And we can wipe the slate clean and see what we have this afternoon, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. Still tons of time to get it going for the month of October. But so far, it's been a little, about 50-50 so far. You got some decent action and then a lot of lack of follow-through that kind of, for me anyway, makes me hesitant to make a trade. Thinking like, are we going to see that lack of follow-through? Am I going to get in and the stock just dump on off like we've seen everything else do? Right? So right now, before we go into lunch, stocks that you guys should be watching over lunch. IMVT at this point in time, pricing a $75 million common stock offering. Shares are now up 32%. They were up 32%. Right now, up 24% at this point in time. Hitting that breakout scanner. Tons of volume, it looks like. Daily breakout as well over some of those prior highs. Starting to get some action here at this point in time. We do have some room to $10 maybe. Maybe you can get a nice little pop up to $10 here on IMVT. But this is a stock to keep on watch over lunch. AERC starting to roll on back over, starting to drop on off just a little bit. Nothing going on there. S&TI is another stock to keep on watch. We have room to $4 and then $5. $3.45 support at this point in time. And the spine, the Qs, just a little sideways chop right now at this point in time. That's about it. A little bit of that sideways chop at this point in time. Can I get your thoughts on REI? Sure. Let's go check it out. On the swing trade, I have my fib based off the low of June 6th and a high of August 22nd. So you're taking a Fibonacci from June 6th, which would be right here, to August 22nd, which is right here. If you're going to draw a fib, number one, we can't really use a fib here, in my opinion, because we need to see a trend. So if we're going to use a Fibonacci retracement here, we would want to see an uptrend, right? What's the big picture? Big picture, right? We're actually in this little bit of a downtrend, right? We have this uptrend, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, lower low, lower high, lower low. So we've gone from uptrend, downtrend. So as far as any kind of fibs to be utilized, I would actually be utilizing a Fibonacci to retrace this leg down. For example, I use extensions, by the way. I like extensions. But again, we were in this uptrend. Okay, we cracked the uptrend. We put this higher high in, but we put in this lower low. Lower high, lower low. Big drop on down. If I start to see this kind of movement right here, I'd be looking for a Fibonacci retracement to get shorts, because we're now in a little bit of a downtrend. So I would go from high to the low, back up to the high, and utilize this Fibonacci extension as far as where can the stock bounce back up to for making its next leg down. And look at that. It came up to our 61.8 extension as well as the 200 SMA before getting that next leg down. So we don't really see a clear-cut uptrend to utilize a Fibonacci retracement on. Even if we were going to utilize this Fibonacci retracement has been invalidated because we put in a slightly lower low. So we could not use a fib here, or we should not. You could, but from my experience in the education that I've received with fibs, we want to utilize fibs in trending markets. Well, we have a slight trend here, a slight uptrend, but we want to look at the bigger trend when utilizing these fibs, not these short-term micro trends. What's the bigger trend? Because we always want to trade with the bigger trend, right? So we wouldn't want to really be using a Fibonacci retracement to gauge a long position when the bigger picture trend is still down. We want to be utilizing Fibonacci retracements and extensions to gauge where the next short entry is, because the trend is down. Now, if the trend was up, then of course, we would definitely go grab a Fibonacci retracement and see where the stock could pull back to before continuing its uptrend. And we do the same thing. Where can the stock pull back to before continuing its uptrend? Same thing. Where can the stock pull back to before continuing its uptrend? The trend has now reversed. We are in this downtrend. We would not really want to use this really short-term bounce, if you will, to gauge a retracement for a long, as the bigger picture is still downtrend. So that's going to be tough for me to give thoughts on REI as a swing trade, because I personally, based on my experience and education, would not be utilizing a Fibonacci retracement here. The only thing that I would do on a stock like REI, which is a little late at this point in time, would be to take that Fibonacci extension from that high to that low, back up to that high, to gauge where it could retrace to for continuing that downtrend. I hope that makes sense, Carlos. If you need a little bit more clarification on Fibonacci retracements, extensions, and a really full in-depth walkthrough and step-by-step guide on fibs, definitely dive into that video lessons library and refresh yourself on it. No, you're good. That was perfect. That's what I want when we have engagement in chat. I love that. Carlos is like, hey, what do you think about the swing trade? Here's what I'm doing as far as analysis. And then we can break it down and say, hey, I think we need to make small adjustments to your analysis, and here's why, to back that up with education. It was a great learning example. So now not only is Carlos probably not looking for a long position here because the trend overall is down, we've also learned a better way and the more proper way to draw these Fibonacci retracements and extensions from a bigger trend perspective, just to make sure we're only really identifying those clear-cut 80-20 setups that we really want to find, those A-plus setups. And that's fantastic. That's exactly what we want to see. That engagement. Hey, what do you think? Let's break it down. And then again, we could definitely learn something. And who knows, maybe that was a killer swing trade like, hey, let's all jump in on it, because that is absolutely fantastic. But overall, I would say right now, just not a lot going on. You know, what I see is some support down here around 214, right? Some support down here around 214 at this point in time, with some resistance up towards around that 200 SMA, and a lot of chop in between. A lot of good amount of chop in between. You could be just a buyer off support looking to sell at resistance, right? But if you were looking to be a support buyer into resistance, you're a little too late, because you're right in between support and resistance that I call the uncertainty zone. It could come right back down to support and stop you out. It could push right up to resistance. It's 50-50 here, right? It's the uncertainty zone of where it's really going next. Down here, you at least have some probabilities. The probabilities are it's going to bounce off support. Okay, but right here, it's kind of like, where's it going next? So REI is a definite challenging one to be dissecting from a technical perspective. And if anything, you got a little bit of head and shoulders. You know, if you really zoom this thing out, big picture perspective, if anything, you're starting to see a little bit, not the best, but a little bit of a maybe left shoulder, head, right shoulder, right? Left shoulder. The head is an actual M. So you got that double top. That's an M. Right shoulder, neckline. Did that lead to a crack and fade and fall? Very possible, right? It is in this downtrend. Right now, at this point in time, you went from uptrend. You are in this downtrend now. So technically speaking, you can still see it continue in its downtrend until you see a clear-cut indication that it's reversing from downtrend into uptrend. So what would you need to see to confirm that it's reversing? Well, you need to put in some kind of market structure. You got a little bit of this W here. You'd have to put in a higher high. That would indicate that you're now in a little bit of an uptrend. But first things first, you need to put in that higher high formation, and that's going to put you above the 200 SMA to really validate you're now in an uptrend. But good question. Good stock, good review. You definitely need to be breaking above that 325 before you really start to see some potential back up to like 411 and then 483. Really need to be breaking that 411, 411. Yeah, 411. No, that's gonna be a target. 411, 325. Yeah, 325. A lot of support at 325. 325 resistance. 325 resistance. 325 resistance. 325 resistance. Just so happens to be the 200 SMA as well. That's going to be a very key level. You break above that level, then absolutely. You can see a nice little move up to 4 and then 483 if you can get a break over that 325 area. But as long as you're building lower highs below 325, the odds at this point in time are a crack, a possible another leg down here on REI. All right, guys. Well, good stuff. Good job. Good work. I know the market was a bit on the slower side. Not tons of opportunity, but we got some traders inside the chat able to lock in some profits on this beautiful Tuesday. Johnny Holmes, good job. Skylar coming in, locking in some profits as well. Good job. Good work, ladies and gentlemen. All right, sit back. Be patient. Understand that sometimes the best trade is no trade. The market's always going to be here. All right, we'll come back this afternoon, see what we have. If not, we got tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, next week, next month, next year. All right, there's always going to be some kind of opportunity in the market. And the opportunity may be an opportunity to sit back for the day. right? Sometimes the best trade is no trade. Sometimes the best thing you can do is be on the sidelines. The market is giving you an opportunity to preserve your capital today. Preserve that capital, sit back, relax, wait for a really good setup, wait for a stock to actually move, follow through, become a little bit more predictable, and then we will apply our skill set. We will get involved. We will lock in some profits. In the meantime, if the market's not providing you with the opportunity to trade and make money, the market's providing you with an opportunity to preserve your capital, right? Always be thinking positively, guys, right? The market will be here later this afternoon. The market's going to be here tomorrow, and we will make it happen when those opportunities present themselves. All right, enjoy your lunch, and I might see you guys back here a little bit later this afternoon, assuming we got some movement in the market, because like I said, I'm eager. I'm ready to lock in some profits with you guys to help you guys out. Again, take the right steps in the right direction. Enjoy your lunch. Stay blessed. Good job and good work. And I'll talk to you guys a little bit later. Let's end it the way we always end it. In 3, 2, 1. Where's the countdown? Woo! Way to crush it. Way to make it happen. Enjoy your lunch, traders. Take care. Once again, stay blessed. Peace out. I'll see you guys back here a little bit later. Take care, guys. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How we doing on this beautiful Tuesday at 2:28 p.m. in the market? How's the market moving, guys? I've been back in the office for about 30 minutes or so. Not really looking at too many stocks, but what we did do here is actually did a quick little dissect, a quick little scan to see if we're going to see some action with shippers. So if you guys are new to penny stocks and you guys are new to the market, there are different types of seasons for stocks, right? You get like a biotech season. You could see a meme stock season where just meme stocks are ripping, right? What's been the season lately, right? Reverse stock splits. What's been a season prior to that? Newer IPOs. So shippers, shipping companies like TOPS, there is a season for shippers. These are very, very low float small cap stocks that do have a season of about a couple of weeks of movement. Why is TOPS moving? Well, you could say it's because it's a recent reverse stock split, and you would be correct. So these recent reverse stock splits, you get a few days out of them. But let's say this fires up shipping season. TOPS is typically the leader of the shipping season. When TOPS goes, everything else goes with it. If this move on TOPS is sustainable, I think it's very, very important that you guys understand the other stocks that can move in sympathy with TOPS if we are in shipping season. Does that make sense? So I went ahead and did some due diligence for you guys, okay? I went ahead and did a nice little screener over on FinViz, the industrial sector, marine shipping, with a float under 20 million. Pricing these, dissecting these from a volume of high to low. And we can see TOPS is number one, followed by GLBS, USEA, PXS, ESEA, so on and so forth. These are going to be the top 10 shipping companies. The top 10 shipping companies that could move if we are in a shipping season, right? What were we in early in February? Like an oil season, right? We had stocks like INDO, IMPP, HUSA moving, right? All together in sympathy to one another. So if TOPS is sustainable and this is a move, then guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We could start to see some of these stocks do very well. So these are going to be some of the top shipping stocks to keep an eye on just in case we enter shipping season. So top shipping stock to keep an eye on just in case we enter shipping season, as tops typically leads the move. So go ahead and just take note of some of these shipping stocks, guys. All right? Definitely doesn't hurt. That's okay. They have one employee. They have 0 employees. They're on the verge of bankruptcy. Hey, listen, I don't care. If that stock is moving, that stock's moving. On the verge of bankruptcy, stock absolutely explodes. So from a fundamental standpoint, I don't pay too much attention to a company's fundamentals when we're looking at day trade opportunities. So when it comes down to like some of these shippers, we're just looking at more sympathy in the market, and it could be some great action. So we do want to watch TOPS coming into the end of the day. And then based on how TOPS does today into maybe tomorrow, if this is a sustainable move, the next one that could start to see some action would be GLBS. GLBS is definitely something to be mindful of. All right. Watching TOPS into the end of the day. Tesla's starting to bounce back a little bit. Twitter is still halted. Twitter's been halted forever. SNTI looking like you got this really ugly head and shoulders formation right now. A little bit of that ugly head and shoulders formation there on SNTI. I believe that's going to lead to a nice little crack on down to 345. I would stay away from SNTI right now to the long side. Hughes trying to regain that trend line. The SPY has yet to crack that trend line from yesterday. So right now, been a nice day, right? The first 30 minutes, impressive. 2.5 hours after that, nothing. Like, such a hard market to trade, right? I love when stocks are ripping on up. But the one thing that I cannot do is trade that sideways market. That is very challenging. It's very choppy. Trade those sideways range-bound markets. So for like about 2.5 hours, it was really difficult to trade the SPY. And now we're kind of doing the same thing again. You know, we're starting to become a little bit more choppy and sideways. Do I think INBX will hit $34? Let's go see. INBX. Do I think it's going to hit $34 this afternoon? Well, it's slowly grinding its way on up. It's going to need to break $30 before we can even see it possibly back up to that pre-market spiking high. So I wouldn't say 34. I would say $33.20, $33. If we are able to break above $30 on INBX, yeah, we could see it up towards around $33.20. Right? There was really good news today on INBX, if I'm not mistaken, that they're looking for that fast track accelerated FDA approval. So it was decent news on INBX. So let's see if INBX can get a move on up. But right now, it has to break above 30. I would say right now, one of the top stocks to watch is TOPS. A high-a-day break could send the stock flying up towards around 875 here on TOPS. So all eyes right now at this point in time. Again, team, ticker TOPS. TOPS has some light support right around 563, but what I want to point out is the 9 EMA. Respecting the 9 EMA. Ripping on up. Pulling back. Respecting the 9 EMA. Ripping up. Pulling back. Getting very close to respecting the 9 EMA. All right, so 9 EMA right now is going to be our moving level of support here on TOPS. As long as that 9 EMA holds, we can see buyers move back in, break over these highs of 639, and rip up to 874. All right, I want to keep TOPS on high watch here to see if we get any kind of action. The stock's already up 82% on the day. Just curious to see if the stock can rip and run a little bit here, team. Not a lot of other things really going on in the market right now. So, you know, S&TI starting to crack that trend line a little bit of that ugly, choppy head and shoulders. So I think the only stock right now that traders are paying attention to, that traders are looking at, and if it starts to break into a new high a day, guess what it does? It starts hitting scanners, breakout scanners, high the day momentum scanner. You know, we could see a big shift from these other stocks on over to TOPS. AERC. What's going on with AERC at this point in time? AERC. This stock has been a slow grind, guys. Really has. Really slow grind. We'll definitely watch AERC into the end of the day as well. So it's really between two stocks. AERC and TOPS are the two stocks we should all be keeping on watch at this point in time. I do want to just kind of focus on TOPS for a second, just to see if we do indeed hold the 9 EMA and possibly start to break high a day. If we do, that could bring in a lot of volume. And look at that daily chart. There's a lot of opportunity and a lot of potential to see the stock spike on up. 875. I mean, it's already gone from 330 to 630. It's a $3 move. What's another $2? It's not a lot. Curious to see if TOPS is indeed going to get some action here. It's on high watch right now, guys. TOPS is on high watch. Got some light support down there around 564. We're also utilizing that 9 EMA as a moving level of support. And we just want to see a nice increase in volume above 6. We ever see the stock spike above 639, that's when it could really start to open on up and really start to spike. Below 550, you'd probably want to walk away from this. But we do have a very realistic target. I know it seems like it's very far away, and it is pretty far away. But it's not going to take a lot to get the stock going. Look at the stock. Within 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candles, the stock goes from 4 to 6. You know, we could see this in the next 20, 30 minutes up at that 875 region. It's definitely a possibility. Let's keep it on high watch here and see if we get that high a day break. And we do have that light support level at 564, as well as our 9 EMA as our moving level of support. You ever fall below 550 in the VWAP, it'll probably just go dead on the day and start really fading and falling and, you know, dropping on off. It's trying to stair step its way up at this point in time. We just need a little bit more volume, and we'd like to see momentum turn around as well. All right, we'd like to see momentum kind of just turn around a little bit here as well. Really just start peeking to the upside a little bit. You guys are still watching AERC. Your target's going to be right there at the 200 SMA. 598 is most likely where we're going to be seeing AERC go. 598. That's that 200 SMA before you really start to see it pull back here. Nice little moving average squeeze formation as well. This could be a nice continuation move up to 598. And who knows, maybe it consolidates in between these moving averages and gives us a nice moving average squeeze formation that would make for a really nice swing trade. So it's definitely worth watching AERC the rest of the day. Absolutely. Into the rest of the week, maybe next week, depending on what this stock does over the next few days, may give us a really decent moving average squeeze formation for a possible swing trade. Definitely worth keeping on watch. You guys have any questions, please let me know. What is the promo code for TraderSync? Capital ALPHADAY. PHA. Alpha is the promo code. It should take a nice little discount off there for you guys. Save you a couple buckarooskies there. AERC is just not slowing down. I wonder if AERC is shortable. Let's go see, guys. I'm curious. AERC, is this thing shortable? Ooh, buddy. Let's see. I mean, a short off that 200 SMA got me feeling good. AERC. All right, let's go in here to locate. It is shortable, but I don't like the price. It is shortable, but I don't like how expensive the short is. Too much. Like 10 cents a share. I'm okay. I'm okay. But a short off the 200 SMA as it's kind of overextended right now. Not a bad looking short opportunity around $6 for the pullback towards around, you know, 525, 530, but a little on the expensive side. Just a wee bit on the expensive side. About 10 cents a share, 11 cents a share. No, it's not bad, but I don't really like paying anything over a penny. I want a 0.005. 0.005. That's what I want to pay. 0.005. So if TOPS has any potential towards it, you want to see it bouncing here. Right now, you kind of see how it's not really bouncing. You're starting to get hit a little hard here, down to that 544 region, right into that VWAP. That is really not what you want to see, and that definitely makes it look a little weak at this point in time. Little weak at this point in time. So TOPS, not really going to get that follow through here, guys. Not going to get that follow through on TOPS. Now, looking to see if we can get that nice push on up for the break right now. Definitely doesn't look good. Right? It was definitely worth watching. Right now, starting to definitely dump on off just a little bit. Okay, AERC, still one of the top stocks to be watching, but it's not a hot day. It's not a hot end of day at all. Anything with the Qs. You know, the Qs regaining that trend line, starting to get a little bit of a curl here. We could probably run a downtrend, and we are starting to break that downtrend as well. So above VWAP and above this trend line, we're very bullish here on the Qs. I'd say back up towards around these resistance levels. It's about $1 away. You probably got another $1-ish to the upside here on the Qs. SPY, same thing. You probably have another little about $1 to the upside to retest these highs. Like TOPS is going to try and give it another go here. It looks like TOPS may try and give it another go. It looked like it was going to dump on down and fade and fall, but now it's starting to get a little bit of action to the upside. Just a wee bit of action here. We're on TOPS. See, is it going to get that pop? Is it going to get that follow through? Is it going to get that squeeze? You're on TOPS. Definitely looks like it's trying. It's definitely looking like it may want to get that high a day here. Let's see. TOPS, high watch at this point in time. Looked like it was going to crack on down. It get bought back up very, very quickly. So TOPS right now, reshifting our focus over to this play, looking to see if we get a high day break. And nice volume. I mean, held the 9 EMA, took some heat, held the 9 EMA. Very strong finish on that candle. That's such a strong finish with great volume. We could easily see a high day break and our next leg up. TOPS needs to be on high watch right now at this point in time, traders. High watch here at this point in time. Let's see if we're going to get that continuation off that very strong rebound candle on that 5-minute. So I want to see if TOPS is going to get some follow through here. I want to see if we can get a high day break. We're on TOPS. We get a high day break at 640. You know, we have room to 875. That's over $2 to the upside. You know, support's right here at the 20 EMA and the VWAP. That was a very strong candle. It was definitely needing to get that pop on this candle here. After that really strong rebound, really wanted to see this candle open and squeeze and continue and not really struggle the way it's struggling right now. So we need to see this candle really get that pop, break that high a day, and get that move if TOPS is going to continue higher. If we come back down below that 560 level, it doesn't really look all that good. You'll probably see it crack, fade, and fall back down into the low fives. Again, that was such a strong rebound candle. This is the candle that should get the break through the highs and continue higher. But right now, we kind of see a little bit of a struggle from buyers to really get that next leg on up. So let's sit back, be patient. Let's see if TOPS starts to see a little bit better volume, better price action. And if so, you know, we have over $2 of upside potential. We could easily risk 50 cents on the trade. And that's a good little risk reward setup there. You got to build yourself a plan to be able to let the stock breathe 50 cents. You just got to position yourself correctly to take on that 50 cents and be patient enough to see if we get that big time explosion here into the day up into that 875. If TOPS is going to continue, get some action, guys. What's it look like on a 3-minute? 5-minute, we know exactly what we're looking at. Right around that 583-ish. That's the 9 EMA. What's that 3-minute look like? A lot of chop, massive lower shadow, nice big upper shadow here. Definitely doesn't look all that fantastic on a 3-minute time frame, does it? Definitely doesn't look all that good. Looks like it wants to possibly start rolling on over here. Start to crack on back down. You see, it just has that little arch effect to it. Has that little rainbow look to it here on TOPS. If this candle doesn't just kapowie and start to break, we start to slide back below 575. You know, it's probably safe to call it, you know, say bye-bye to TOPS. Probably come down, hit that trend line, crack the trend line, crack the VWAP, on down towards around the low fives. If we can't get some kind of nice push here, back above 6, we'll probably see it roll on over. You got that little bit of that rainbow look to it, right? A lot of upper shadows, starting to kind of arch on over just a little bit, and that's an indication of a nice big drop. The spreads are pretty large too, guys. You got about 15-cent spreads on TOPS. You're not really getting that nice tight liquidity. Spreads are not nice and tight. That's definitely not an indication of strength. When you got the bids dropping off substantially like that to create a 15-cent spread, that's definitely not a sign of strength. That's a sign of weakness, and that's a sign of, hey, be cautious, be careful. Play it safe. It's starting to roll on over. A little bit of that, like triple top, double top. You know, it definitely doesn't look all that great right now at this point in time here on TOPS. Looking like it may start to crack on down here and not really get that nice big move to the upside. Right now, it just doesn't have the price action and that movement and that volume to suggest it's going to go. And plus, the technicals, from an appearance standpoint, the way that it's trading, the way that it's moving, the way that it's developed, definitely doesn't look good. It's not a good-looking chart at all. I'm still watching AERC off to the side, just so you guys know. I'm still watching and observing AERC. Looking to see if we get that pullback towards around 525, 530 for a possible re-entry for that final leg up to $6. That's your 200-day moving average on AERC. So right now, waiting for AERC to pull back a little bit lower, 523, 525. A good little level of support here on AERC. And we'll look to see if we get a nice little bounce off that level. And right now, just kind of watching TOPS. If it ever does break high a day, we know that that's where a lot of volume can really start moving on in. And we could see the thing spike in the last hour of the day. But if we ever start to crack below that 550 level, that's when the trade is dead. We probably won't see anything, but until then, it has potential. And I want you guys watching this. Now, don't be surprised if you see that 640 break, it just starts squeezing and really start taking on off, right? But at the same time, the OPS does start falling below that 550 level. It's dead. It's going to come back down to 5, and then most likely down towards around like that 460-ish region. So is it going to break on out? That's a pretty nice big bounce. Got bids back above 6. 612 on the bid. Or buyers going to continue to move on up, or buyers done. There's 613 on the bid. Buyers need to step up. The bids are not budging off 613 now. They're back down at 6. If it's going to break out, you just want to see the stock break that resistance level and bring in a lot of traders, because they're starting to FOMO in. Oh my gosh, the stock's going to rip. It's going to squeeze. Let me buy. The more it stalls and the more, struggles, and you see that hesitation, the less likely traders are willing to jump on in. So it's got to break here. If it breaks here, watch for traders to really start jumping on in to TOPS. But it cannot hesitate and struggle. It just needs to break if you want to see the stock go bananas and squeeze. If you see it struggle, traders are going to lose confidence. They're going to be more hesitant to jump on in at that 640 break. So it's got to go like now to really see that reaction that you guys want to see, to really have that potential for a nice $2 spike on up. 4,000 shares at 621. That's a decent buyer. 630 on the bid. That's the highest I've seen the bid here in a moment. 630 on the bid. 633. There's a new high a day of 640. Or buyers going to rush on in. Or buyers just going to pile on into this. Or is it going to be a nasty little rug pull? Starting to see that nasty rug pull type of price action. Not really able to get that move. Right now, I'm not really liking the price action on TOPS. Right, it had all the potential in the world to squeeze and really open on up. And now it just right back on down, looking like a nasty little rug pull. Look for that crack of 550. There's a lot of fear here. A lot of fear. A lot of traders dumping right now, walking away. Is TOPS shortable? I'm curious. No, it's not. It is not. TLBS doing anything? It's not. AERC, we know we want to try and grab this back down around that 625 level. And what's really nice about that 625, it's also your 20 EMA. Also your 20 EMA here on AERC. TOPS is just a little all over the place for me. Not a fan. Don't like the price action. Twitter still halted. SNTI trying to regain the trend line. Slower right now. How's the Qs doing? Not too bad. You get little dollar pops here and there. Oh, it's 3 o'clock. Give me 5-10 minutes. I had a quick call scheduled at 3. Very, very important call, guys. Give me a few moments. I'll be right back with you. Good thing there's not a lot going on. I'll be back in a couple seconds, guys. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we got about 40 minutes to go here. Let's see if there's anything worth getting involved with. If not, then that'll be a wrap for our Tuesday trading session. And we'll see if we have any more action tomorrow. AERC at this point in time, back down around this 525 level. It's below the 5-minute 90 MA. It's now below the 5-minute 20. I don't like it. I don't like it. I would actually wait for this to come back down to $5 and the trend line before getting involved. So $5 and the trend line could be a nice little dip buy area to get involved here. Throw stops below 5, throw stops below the trend line, and see if we can get a nice little bounce into the end of the day and maybe some after hours action up towards around that $6 region here over on AERC. So we're definitely going to keep AERC on watch. TOPS, not really digging it. Not really a fan of how it's moving. SNTI, man, this thing has just been a pretty all over the place stock. You know, it looks like it's going to dump on down, curling back up, a little bit of that head and shoulders formation, popping back up. So, you know, SNTI has been a nice grinder for the day, guys. Hitting new highs a day right now. It's on its way to $5 here on SNTI. Is SNTI shortable? Did we already look at SNTI to see if it was shortable? Let's go find out. Let's see if the stock is shortable here on SNTI. It is shortable. SNTI is shortable. So I'd be curious for an overextended pop for a $5 rejection here on SNTI. So basically it's kind of the same thing as a panic pop where it just pops up very quick, way too fast into a level of resistance. And we get that little bit of that rejection at resistance as it is overextended, and we see it pull back pretty hard and pretty heavy. So if this goes straight up to 5 and maybe ticks over 5 by a few cents, bids are maybe at 505, 506, and then you see it come right back below 5. That could lead to a nice little drop. Again, we know what dip buys are, right? We have dip buys when a stock is falling very quick, very fast into support. It likes to bounce. Same thing to the short side. A stock is ripping up way too quick, way too fast into resistance. We could look for that panic pop short off that level. So a little bit of a, we call those dip buys. What are these? Pop shorts. All right. We got the dip buys that we love. We got the pop shorts that work out good as well. We call those panic pop shorts. A little bit of a panic pop, overextended, moving up way too quick, way too fast into resistance, followed by a nice little drop. So it is shortable here. Be curious to see if this one does just have a big, really big, fast, quick spike up to 5. And see if it gets a nice little rejection here off that $5 natural resistance level, as the thing is a bit overextended right now at this point in time. And it needs to see a little bit of a pullback. So maybe like a 5.08 entry. I'm just looking at that spiking high from back in February. February of, oh wow, that goes way back. February of 2014. Little spiking high right there around 510-ish. The best level, $5 is probably the best. Getting rejected here off that 467-ish, 480 level. May not happen, but if it does, there's an idea here. There's a game plan, and maybe, just maybe, get some action on SNTI. And then we're still waiting for AERC to come back down towards around $5, as well as this trend line, and see if it bounces on up here. So right now, AERC, waiting for this to pull back towards around $5 and the trend line for a nice little bounce. Probably grab about 20-ish, 25 cents. If it really bounces and really follows through, I mean, we could see this thing really take on off into the end of the trading session today and maybe see some action here in after hours. So I definitely want to be paying attention to AERC at this point in time for a possible entry off $5 support, as well as our uptrend, and see if we get a nice little bounce. Maybe grab a quick 15, 20 cents, right? If it really bounces and really follows through, hey, we take a base hit idea and maybe turn it into a little bit of a home run trade if it really bounces and really follows through. The stock's been strong today. And then SNTI. Yeah, SNTI is shortable for me. It's even shortable, small amount, but it is shortable over on Fidelity as well. There's only a few hundred shares available to be shorted there, but even Fidelity does have this thing available to borrow without having to call in. So if you open and close the position, there's no really high interest or anything like that assessed because you're opening and closing the position in one trading session. So could WLDS be a mid-candle breakout for tomorrow? We'll definitely check that out. We have a little bit of time before the market closes. So we'll definitely take a peek at WLDS and see if it could be a mid-candle for tomorrow. I want to make sure that we don't miss a possible trade here and a decent opportunity if we get that panic pop spike up to 5 and maybe a little bit of that false breakout over $5. Here we go, guys. Maybe we get something here on SNTI. Again, I want to see it slightly above 5. I want to see those bids slightly above 5 as well, and then see it get a bit of a rejection. It's a little bit of a false breakout over 5. Bids fall back below, and then it drops. So I never got a bid over 5. See, that was the trade. Panic pop, up to 5, quick drop. Why did I not get the fill? Why did I not take the trade? Because I want to see a slight break of 5. I want to see that panic pop. I want to see bids 501, 502, 503 attempt, and then see the bids fall back below into the 490s. Then short it, looking for that massive drop, right? Spiked all the way up to $5 and then back down 25 cents, just like that. So, good idea, but by a few cents. I wanted to make sure we got that false break over 5. That would have made me feel a lot better to really jump into the short side there. So right now, 30 minutes to go. See if SNTI gives us anything here. And also AERC. Want to see it back down a little bit closer to 5. They're on AERC. Right now, the only stock right now that still has decent potential coming into the end of the day is going to be, once again, SNTI. Top's not doing a lot. How's PEGY looking? PEGY. Oof. Very choppy stock. Very, very messy. Very choppy. And we'll definitely look at WLDS here in a moment. Want to make sure we don't miss anything. Well, actually, let me do this. SNTI off to the side. And let's take a peek at WLDS. Could this be a mid-candle breakout for tomorrow? WLDS. Definitely not looking like a fantastic mid-candle breakout, right? So with these mid-candle breakouts, we want to be very, very picky. Now, would we still watch it tomorrow as it's above $1? Sure. You know, we did open above $1 yesterday. We squeezed up to 146, gapped down the day, and we came right back down to $1. Right at low a day was $1, and we bounced. Maybe we see this again kind of stay above $1 tomorrow into Thursday, and we start to see it curl on back up. That's a possibility. It's worth watching. But in regards to like a mid-candle breakout, not the best looking mid-candle breakout. Again, we want to be very, very particular in the types of setups. We want to see those big green days to the upside, right? Do we have a big green day? We got a decent green day. And then we want to see the very next day, that candle gap down and kind of close right in the middle. It may give you a little bit of that, you know, upper shadow, lower shadow, for example. It may look a little something like that. But that's ideally what we want to see. Nice big green day, a small red candle right in the middle of that big green day. And then what we want to see is a slight gap down the next day, and then it starts breaking over those prior day levels, the prior day close, prior day open, the prior day high. Boom, retest of the big green day and possibly continuing higher. So when we take a look at SNTI, what we don't have is this red candle falling right in the middle, right in the middle of this nice green day here. We're actually kind of back down towards around yesterday's open, making this not the best mid-candle breakout. But what we could see is we come down to $1, we bounce, crack below $1, regain it, higher low to retest $1, right? So again, we had $1 support, we crack below it, back above $1, retesting $1 once again as support, and this could be a higher low U shape that starts to form on the daily, and we could start to see some action move on in maybe into the week. So it's definitely still something to keep on watch, keep on as a back burner here on WLDS, and let's see if we ever get that little higher low formation here above $1 on the daily chart, and that could lead to a nice U shape push that gets us up into maybe that 20 EMA. It's definitely a possibility, definitely worth watching. You're starting to get a little bit of that head and shoulders formation here on SNTI, guys. Look at that. Get a little of this left shoulder, this head, a little bit of that right shoulder formation here on SNTI. Let's keep this one on watch. Let's see if we start to get that head and shoulders formation here on SNTI for a possible little end-of-day fade and an end-of-day drop. A little bit of a false crack there, starting to get pushed back up just a little bit, but I like that head and shoulders formation, guys. I am liking that really nice head and shoulders formation. We're getting that lower high, looking like we could start to roll on over here just a little bit. I may take a small position, looking for the crack out of this head and shoulders formation. Looking to see if we can crack on down a little bit. We push back above like 485, I'll step away from it, but I want to give it a chance. If we do really start to get that crack on down out of that head and shoulders formation here on SNTI, got to start cracking on down here below that 460 area. Want to see it crack here on this candle, ideally. Start to see that drop on off below 470, below 470, to see this crack on down to 460 and beyond. Let's see if we can add a couple bucks to the bottom line here. Small position. Only got to let it, breathe maybe 10 cents. Maybe 10 cents, 12 cents at most. But looking to see if we can dump on down about 20 to 30 cents back into the 450s. It's not really getting that big crack that I was anticipating. Doesn't start really dropping on off here in maybe 1 to 2 candles, 1 to 2 minutes. I'm going to take a small little paper cut. Could be break even as well. We'll see, but I'm giving it a few more moments here. Want to see if it starts cracking on down, but it's not dropping as fast as I'd like to see it drop off of a nice little head and shoulders formation here. Let's get that drop. Let's drop below that 470. Come on, baby. Let's get that crack. Crack, baby, crack. Do we smell the crack coming? The cracking? Is it going to start crack-a-lacking, or is it going to be that false short followed by a little bit of a squeeze? What's going to happen here? SNTI. It needs to fall below 470. If I start to see those buyers step back up over 480, most likely just going to go ahead and walk away. Could be break even, small little paper cut, couple bucks. But let's see if we get that 470 crack. Got to happen right here, right now, guys. It needs to start cracking right here, right now. Below 470, get that drop. Not really getting that big time crack and that big time drop. It keeps getting popped, pushed right back up just a little bit. Let's see, can we get that nice little end of day fader, that end of day drop? Looking for the comeback down towards around 450 here. But it is trying to hold that 20 EMA, and it's not really getting that big time crack on down that we want to see, as we just cracked that little trend line off that head and shoulders formation. Every time it dips below 470, it gets pushed right back up. Dips below 470, gets pushed right back up. Not going to give this too much longer. I'm not going to give it that much breathing room, because it could turn around and really start to rip here in today. Give it probably another maybe 20, 30 seconds here to get that crack below 470 and really start to drop on off. These start falling below 470 ideally on this candle. Next candle could open up above 470, get a nice little pop to it. There we go. Now we got the ask below 470. On start dropping on off. Now, it's not getting that crack. It's not getting that dump. Stops or break even on this. If it's going to crack, it's going to crack. If it's going to drop, it's going to drop. Got to keep trying to balance. And if it is going to squeeze on up, 476 is my stop loss, which is my cost basis. Going to give it a chance, but I'm not going to lose anything on this now at this point in time. There we go. Now it's starting to kind of curl on over. Starting to get a nice little drop. Got a 450-ish target down here. Crack 460 down the 450. We can lock it up and say, hey, good job. You got one trade on the day. Well, you got two, but one trade intraday. It took all day. It took until 3:40 to find something that looked good. Can we make a couple bucks on it? Make me feel better about today's trading session. There we go. Let's keep it coming. Keep it coming here, little buddy. I'm talking to it like I got a 10,000 share position. I got 600 shares here. It's bouncing here. Getting a little bit of a pop. Maybe just go ahead and start locking it up here, guys. I don't think it's going to get that crack on down. Let's go ahead and take a little bit of profit. Let's do the right thing. Hold a little bit just in case, but we'll walk away with a free trade, I guess. Covers the commissions and fees. Yep, getting out. Getting out. And we're going to go ahead and call that a break even. Woo! That was great. I was expecting that thing to crack and really just come on down. But great idea. Not really that big time dump that I was looking for. Start the bounce on up. Don't like the price action. That to me suggests it's probably going to try and retest 5 by the end of the day. So I'll go ahead and walk away from that. It was worth a shot, though. It was worth the shot. Twitter's live. All right. Twitter is officially live. What a massive candle. Oh, my gosh. Does anybody own Twitter long term? Because if you do, you just came up a nice 20% on the day. Sure you feel good about it. All right, team. Do we have any final questions, comments, concerns, anything that you want to share with me, guys? All right, we're going to go ahead and end our session. If you have any questions, please let me know. Closing comments. If you guys have any final feature requests for the platform, for the chat room, functionality, anything at all, this is your last opportunity to let me know before our final update over the next couple of weeks to the platform until we launch the all-new platform that I haven't even really shared with you guys. Vaguely, but a lot of big things still coming. Vaguely talked to you about it, but we're still talking another 3, 6, 12 months out. It's a big project. Very big project. I'm very excited for that. So in the meantime, we are pushing our final round of updates, right? You guys want to be able to reply to certain messages. You got it. Better tagging system. You got it. Better mobile and tablet user interface. You've got it. All right. So there's going to be a lot of nice features and functionality. A lot of the things that you guys have requested in this final update. And you won't see anything else until the new platform is launched. Whenever that time comes. Not going to rush it. We're just going to perfect it. So let me know, guys. We got about 15 minutes. Anything that you wish we had that you think would be beneficial, and I can go ahead and tell our development team to go ahead and just throw it in. And I'm already paying them a retainer, so might as well go ahead and milk them if I have an opportunity to. Probably watching it right now. They're in the back end doing work, probably hearing me say that. Let's milk the development team. I'm coming for you, Anthony. I'm coming for you, man. We're going to milk it. He's over here like, all right, stop working. This guy is going nuts. Oh, we're good. He's good guy, good team, great agency. I love it. What do I think about oil? What do I think about oil? What I think about oil is oil right now having a nice couple of days to it. All right, nice couple of days to it. We're still in this downtrend, right? That's it. We're just still in this downtrend, building lower lows and lower highs. Until we actually see a proper reversal and we see a reversal in trends, I would not trade against the trend. I would look to possibly short the pops. There's a lot of people that are bullish on oil into the year. But from a technical perspective, we would really, really, really want to see, a bit of a trend reversal. And I would say, getting back above like $87 a barrel, and ideally trying to get back above that 50 SMA that's really been holding this stock down for quite some time. So, back above $87 here would be a good first step in the right direction. And ideally getting back above that 50 SMA as well, allowing that 20 EMA to curl on up. We could see that nice little transition and, possibly start to see this creep back up towards around $100 a barrel in the coming, months. So that's what I think from just a pure technical perspective. We're not really accounting for the increase of energy usage and oil usage and things like that coming into the colder months. We just don't really take any economic anything into consideration. We just look at the technicals. From a technical perspective, we just need to see some sign of a trend reversal. And that's going to be that we finally put in some kind of higher low formation and we start to see that volume move in for a higher high, and we can actually see that the stock has found the bottom and it's starting to reverse in trend. And now we know, hey, we can definitely start to see that nice uptrend into the year and play that sentiment that suggests, hey, we could definitely see an increase in oil prices and energy coming into these, colder months. So we'll have to see. So that's what I would say with oil right now. And if we ever see oil really become parabolic again and really pick up and really become volatile, we're all over those small cap oil stocks. We're already one step ahead. We know exactly where our focus should be in regards to any stocks, small cap stocks. What was a good exit on SNTI? AERC, nothing. TOPS dumping on off. Ladies and gentlemen, what a day. What a day. Oh, yeah, more reactions. You guys want more reaction options? I gotcha. Updating the audio channel for Mr. Corey. I gotcha. Don't need a special mic. You're okay. Again, I think the biggest thing is going to be the mobile interface and the tablet interface. Think of it like a Facebook Live functionality. You're in chat. You tilt your phone sideways, full screen. Tilt your side back to portrait mode, back in chat. Better functionality, better user experience, easier to navigate the platform. So that's really our main goal there, is just to make sure that mobile tablet interface is perfect, responsiveness, speed, optimization, then adding some of those new features and stuff for you guys. Messages, replying to the messages, the threads, better tagging systems, stuff like that. Maybe the ability to, I don't know. Let me know, guys. Let me know. Again, if I don't get any feedback the next day or two, then we're going to roll out what we got. And then, hey, you're not going to get anything else for a year. So this is your opportunity to use me and abuse me, guys. Right now, I think we're gonna wrap up our trading session, team. Good job, good work. I know the last couple of days have been slow. I know the last couple of days have been a little bit on the slower side. Yesterday wasn't an action-packed day. The market was moving, but it wasn't hot by any means. And today, market moving, some opportunity, but very hit or miss opportunity. If you ask me, delete button when you put something in stupid, but you want to delete it. So I've thought about that, allowing you to delete your own messages, but not have the functionality to delete other messages. So yeah, that's definitely a really nice idea. Maybe that delete button for you guys to be able to delete your own messages instead of having to rely on me. We can definitely do that. But we'll definitely look into that. I'm 50-50 with it. And the reason why is if we have a member, for example, call something out, someone follows them into the trade, not saying that's going to happen, but you never know. As we grow with new members, the trade doesn't work out, the member goes back and deletes it to make themselves look better, like they never called it out in the first place or something. That's just the credibility and the transparency, and it's hard for us to moderate that. But I know you guys are not going to be doing stuff like that. I just think about from a growth standpoint with new members. But, I definitely, add it, and in worst case, it gets used and abused, then we revoke it for certain individuals and give it to the ones that type some silly things at times. We need an ATM button for withdrawals. Yeah, ATM button. Ching, 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 ching. I like it. Delete button, though. That's definitely something that's we can work on. I'm going to write that down. Yeah, that's a small little fix, small little ad for you guys. I like it. Delete button. An edit button. Yeah. Delete button, edit message. Yeah. That's easy stuff, guys. That's all easy stuff. Just an edit function. Yeah, delete, edit. Yeah, for sure. Give you guys some functionality there. For sure. Anything else, let me know. I like ideas. Reply to the messages directly. So you have those, those different feeds, and you'll have a new room that you can see the feeds in. The tagging system, mobile tablet version, more reactions, delete, edit messages. All right, what's SNTI doing here? SNTI, that was a good exit. Good exit. Stock's still ripping on up over $5 at this point in time, but I'm going to call it quits. What a slow day. Not my kind of day, but we'll take it. Between yesterday and today, break even. But hey, it works out good. It works out fantastic. Literally to the penny. Break even. Cool. So we can start fresh tomorrow, right? Maybe we got some action in the market. We'll start fresh tomorrow. We'll make it happen. I need to appoint a delete master every month. Now, we need your crystal ball. We just got a crystal ball button. And then you just see Kamal with his hand waving over it. 10,000 shares. $5. Nail the bottom. Woo! Let's get it. All right, guys. Good job. Good work. I know it was a slower day, but just be mindful that not every day is going to be an action-packed day. It was an action-packed day inside of chat, right? Tons of value bombs. I appreciate you guys. I enjoyed working with you all. But again, as far as the market goes, there are going to be those days that you have to be a sideline trader. The market right now, in small caps, don't get me wrong. I don't want to take away that S&TI is up 100% on the day, right? I don't want to take away from that. But really look at this chart. Really look at this chart on S&TI. If you are a scalper, right? If you scalp, which primarily a lot of us do, where are those best entries, those dip buys, those panic pops, those head and shoulders cracks or those dumps? And then you flatten and reverse for that nice little bounce. Like, where is, that consistency? Where were those like exceptional trades? Maybe we got one back down at 380 over lunchtime, but since then, looking at it even on a 5-minute time frame, it's just been straight up. And for those scalpers in chat, that's when it's a challenging day. More of those traditional style traders, hey, you're just looking for the break and you're scaling on the pullback. Got the break, scaling out, right? You're managing that trade throughout the duration of the day, right? You're holding that trade for a duration of the day, scaling in, scaling out, probably looking at those higher time frames, looking at it come down and grind some of these moving averages, right? But from a scalping perspective, it was not the hottest day. Right, not the hottest day. And a lot of the better trades kind of presented themselves around lunch, like that double bottom around lunch. And you got a nice little break of the downtrend here that, we just basically missed that one for that nice little boom, boom, bang, right? So not a bad day. I don't want to discredit it. Not a bad day, but not as hot as what we've seen. Not as consistent, lack of follow through. So we have to be extremely picky with what we're trading this week based on these market conditions, all right? We have 5 stocks that look good at the start of the day. 4 of those stocks just dump on off. There's no follow through, which kind of gets you in the mindset of, do I really want to take the next trade? What if there's a lack of follow through? Want to see that consistency a little bit, but it was a good day in the market. I do want to say that it was a good day in the market, decent opportunity. And we'll see what we have tomorrow and make tomorrow an even better day. All right. If you guys have any final questions, now this is the time. Now is the time. All right. And I will catch you guys back here tomorrow morning for hump day. And we'll make it happen, baby. We'll make it happen. We'll have an awesome day. Be able to lock in some great profits. Enjoy them. All right, guys. Someone go ahead and hit me a huge reversal on FNGR. What's going on with FNGR? Big reversal to the upside? Yeah, it definitely started to curl on up. 100%. Came down to $5. Big U-shape formation. This is going to be on watch for tonight, guys. All right, so FNGR should be on high watch tonight into tomorrow. And another thing I want to point out is some of the best opportunity, guys, has been pre-market and post-market. Clean, consistent, predictable, A-plus setups, pre-market, post-market. A lot of great action. You're watching FNGR tonight into tomorrow. AERC tonight into tomorrow. Getting some end-of-day action here on AERC. All right, you're going to be watching SNTI as well. So these are your top 3 stocks to be watching here in after hours into tomorrow. Again, post-market and pre-market has been pretty active the last couple of days. That could be where your one great trade is. When the market opens on up, we got to be very picky with what stock we're looking at, what stock has the best potential, attack it, make it happen. Again, maybe more of that traditional style of trading, those set it and forget it's would work in this type of market and kind of let the market do its thing slowly and steadily throughout the day. But we're going to attack it. We're going to make it happen. Good job, team, and good work. All right, enjoy your night. Stay blessed. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Let's end it the way we always end it in 3, 2, 1. Woo! That's a wrap, baby. Enjoy your evening. Take care. I'll see you back here tomorrow morning, guys. See you then.